You want to play crash, you can do this.
Go meet them outside now. But we just see one camera, we just be like this. The other one will be like this. That will come.
This will don't blow up. Good morning once again, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. We'd like to thank you for your patience. We're going to start right now, and we'll just follow our program strictly. It's now time for us to rise for the national and women's anthem. The women's anthem.
And for more on the spoken aspect of women and celebrating women, let's join internationally renowned poet Marian Booker. Please a round of applause for her. Marian Booker, the First Lady of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Hajia Aisha Muhammad.
The women's anthem. Do you have it? If not, we sing. Okay. All across the nations, all around the world, women are longing to be free. No longer in the shadows, forced to stay behind, but side by side in true equality. So sing a song for women everywhere. Let it ring around the world and never, never cease. So sing a song for women everywhere. Equality, development, and peace. Let's be seated. Thank you very much. Your Excellencies, First Ladies of State present, officials from the Federal Ministry of Women Affairs, distinguished partners, ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to welcome you this morning to this very auspicious event, which is the National Women's Power Conference on Nutrition, organized by the Federal Ministry of Women Affairs in collaboration with the Governor's Wives Forum, civil society, Scaling Up Nutrition in Nigeria, and other nutrition partners. The importance of nutrition in development cannot be overemphasized, as nutrition is crucial to a healthy socio-economic growth of any nation, since malnutrition has an adverse consequences on the overall well-being of society, especially women and children. And therefore, to address these issues, it is key and timely that an event like this is taking place. We want to welcome you warmly to these events. I want to start by introducing our partners, especially the First Ladies of some states that are here present to grace this occasion. Permit me to recognize Her Excellency Hajia Falmata Babagana Umara, the wife of the Borno State Governor. Please let's give her a warm round of applause. I also want to recognize Her Excellency Rashida Bello, wife of the Kogi State Governor. If you can wave at us, we'll love that. I also want to introduce the incoming wife of the Niger State Governor, Her Excellency Fatima Mohammed Bagu. Thank you. She came quite early. Also, the outgoing in Plateau State, Her Excellency Regina Lalong. We also have the outgoing First Lady of Sokoto State, Her Excellency Maria Aminu Waziri Tambua, First Lady Sokoto. She's also the chairperson of the Nigeria Governor's Wives Forum, one of our main conveners. Thank you, ma'am. We also have the incoming for Sokoto State, Her Excellency Fatima Ahmed Aliyu. Join me, welcome warmly the Zamfara State incoming First Lady, Her Excellency Huria Lawal. Wave us. Thank you. We also have the incoming First Lady of Akwa Ibom State, Her Excellency Pastor Mrs. Patience Eno. We also have the outgoing First Lady of Kebbi State, Her Excellency Dr. Zainab Bagudu. And we have that of Kwara State, Her Excellency Ambassador Dr. Olufunke Abdurazak. Olufolake, the handwriting. Folake. You're welcome, ma'am. I think there's a name that's missing out on that table. Yes, Ekiti. Anondo. Mariam, yeah, you'll repeat that class. Can you get me the correct names so that I introduce them appropriately? While we go ahead, I would like to introduce the Permanent Secretary in the Federal Ministry of Women Affairs, our brother, we like to call Sister, Alhaji Aliyu Shinkafi. Can you wave us, please? Thank you. And I know he's sitting in before the Honorable Minister herself would arrive. Okay. Thank you. We also have some of our partners here present, and I would like to recognize them. We have from the Federal Ministry of Agriculture, Mrs. Fausat Lawal, Director Special Duties, representing the Honorable Minister of Agriculture. We also have Mr. Ali Andrew Madugu, Director Child Development, Federal Ministry of Women Affairs. We have Dr. Philippa Mona, former BOT, CS-SUNN, Dr. Mbang Kofre Ada, Dr. Esther Mangsha, Mrs. Eluaka Beatrice, former Executive Director, all from CS-SUNN. Let me also make welcome Nimat Haji Boy, Chief of Nutrition, UNICEF, Dr. Victor Obodo, Project Director, Alive and Thrive Nigeria, Benedicta Walter, Policy Advocacy and Communication Advisor, and Miko McKay, Deputy Director for the Office of Health, Population and Nutrition of USAID Nigeria. We have Jennifer Ogle, representing Care Country Director, Sandra Osamo, representing GAIN Country Director. We'll continue with the introductions as we go on this program. At this point, it is my honor and privilege, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, to bring to the podium the Permanent Secretary, Federal Ministry of Women Affairs, to give us the welcome remarks. My name is Evelyn Onyilo, a journalist, broadcaster, and communications expert. You are all welcome. Mariam, I await the names of the excellencies we have not called. Thank you very much.
Your Excellencies, the Permanent Secretary, Federal Ministry of Women Affairs, our development partners, distinguished invited guests, I stand here to deliver the welcome address of the Permanent Secretary for this occasion, and I'm going straight to deliver the welcome address without adding any word that belongs to me. My name is Mr. Ali Andrew Madugu. I'm the Director of Child Development Department, Federal Ministry of Women Affairs. The speech goes on this way. I'm honored to welcome you all to the Women in Power Nutrition Conference, which is being convened by the Federal Ministry of Women Affairs in collaboration with Nigerian Governors Wise Forum, CS-SUNN, and other stakeholders in the nutrition space. The Nigerian government have demonstrated strong commitment towards the welfare of women and girls by signing and rectifying various international and regional instruments, treaties, and conventions that seek to ensure that the rights of women and girls are upheld. This instrument, the Convention on Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women, CEDAW, the United Nations Convention on the Right of the Child, the Dakar Framework for Action, AU Charter on the Right and Welfare of the Child, the Millennium Development Goal Vision 2020, Sustainable Development Goal, among others. The negative effects of malnutrition are enormous. Malnourished children may be short for their age, stunting, thin or bloated, and have weakened immune system. Nutritional disorder can affect any system in the body and the sense of sight, taste, and smell. They may also produce anxiety, changes in mood, and other negative symptoms. For the adolescent girls, undernutrition may contribute to underweight, poor performance at schools, poor general health, pregnancy and birth complication, and less economic productivity. A woman's nutrition status is a powerful barometer of her well-being. A well-nourished woman has a strong immune system and nutrient reserve to buffer the effects of infection, while meeting her additional nutrients need during pregnancy or breastfeeding. An unbalanced caloric and protein intake due to inadequate food consumption responsible for severe under or overweight lead to alteration of the ovarian function with subsequent increase in infertility. During pregnancy, poor diet lacking in key nutrients like iodine, iron, folate, calcium, and zinc can cause anemia, preeclampsia, hemorrhage, and death in mothers. They can also lead to stillbirth, low birth weight, waste, and developmental delay for children. This conference will also feature documentary on the first 1,000 days of life from conception to a child's second birthday, paper presentation, a panel discussion, and call to action. I must not fail to thank you and warmly welcome your excellencies and other distinguished invitees from both the public and private sector for creating time out of your busy schedule to be part of this important conference. I wish to reiterate the commitment of the Federal Ministry of Women Affairs to continuously work with relevant nutrition stakeholders towards changing the nutrition narrative in Nigeria. Finally, I wish to also welcome and acknowledge the tremendous support from all the nutrition partners for making this conference a reality. And I appreciate and sincerely thank the Governors Wise Forum for dedicating all efforts to see that this program became a success. Thank you for listening, and may God bless you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ali Andrew Madugu, representing the Permanent Secretary, Federal Ministry of Women Affairs, for the welcome address on behalf of the Permanent Secretary. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, would like to profusely apologize for the names omitted in the initial introductions. Like I said, this is due to some unforeseen things between Mariam and I. We are sorry, especially for the First Lady of Ondo State, Chief Betty Anyao Akeredolu. First Lady Ondo State, Your Excellency, we are sorry. You know why this apology is very important? She was the first to get here. Thank you for your sense of timing, and as a mother, a nurturer, a comforter, we are sorry. I also want to recognize the incoming First Lady of Delta State, Oboroweri Toboru, Delta State. Thank you very much. We also have Dr. Mrs. Olayemi Oyebanji, Ekiti State First Lady. You're welcome, ma'am. We also have I've done that of Delta. I want to be so sure we don't leave anyone out. We also have the rep of the Minister of Water Resources, Engineer Charity Joseph Ojobo, Assistant Director, Water Engineering. Ekiti State, we have done Her Excellency, Dr. Mrs. Olayemi Oyebanji. Yeah. Thank you very much. On that note, we'll move on now as I bring to the podium our main convener for this event, Her Excellency Maria Waziri Tambuwal, First Lady, Sokoto State, and Chair, Nigeria Governors' Wives Forum, for her remarks. Which guests, please permit me to stand on the existing protocols. It's my pleasure to welcome you all to this conference on the engagement of governors' wives and stakeholders to improve funding for nutrition, which is anchored on the theme, Women in Power, Role in Improving Nutrition in Nigeria. Permit me to say that I am really delighted with the level of influential women that are represented at this conference, as it stimulates our dedication towards working, obtaining the enhanced nutrition that we so much want. At this point in time in the history of our nation, genuine national development can no longer be seen as a target for the distant future. Rather, it must be regarded as a critical aim, one that we must devote ourselves to achieving and strive towards here and now. Today, we have joined here to talk about nutrition in our country, a topic that is essential to the growth and development of our nation as a whole. and one that is particularly important to women. In emerging economies such as Nigeria, malnutrition has continued to be a major public health problem. The nutritional well-being of all people is a precondition for development and a vital aim of progress in human development, which was a significant conclusion that arose from the 2014 International Conference on Nutrition, ICN2, which was held in Rome. Since hunger not only retards development, but also leads directly to misery and death, its reduction should be a significant objective of development work. In a similar vein, there is a growing realization that adequate nutrition is a fundamental requirement for the growth of a country. This idea is championed in the Millennium Development Goals, MDGs, and maintained under the Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs. Distinguished guests, it should be noted that inadequate feeding practice for infants and young children, insufficient access to medical care, inadequate water and sanitation, and a high degree of poverty are the primary factors contributing to malnutrition in Nigeria. Responding to this, the National Food and Nutrition Policy was developed by the federal government. This policy serves as a framework for addressing the issues of food and nutrition insecurity in Nigeria on multiple levels, including the individual, the household, the community, and the national levels. It serves as a guide for the identification, planning, execution, and intervention operation across the many relevant sectors. Nutrition is a multi-sectoral and multidisciplinary topic that involves numerous sectors such as health, agriculture, science and technology, education, trade, the economy, and industry. The objective of the strategy is to improve the nutritional quality of all Nigerians to the point where they are at their physical and mental best, with a specific focus on the most at-risk population, including children, adolescents, women, the elderly, and members of groups with unique dietary requirements. At the level of the family, where we are responsible for our children's well-being, we as mothers play an important part in ensuring that our children get the appropriate nourishment. We have the ability to have a good effect on those in our houses and communities. And as the spouse of governors and other female leaders, we have an even bigger influence in our country when it comes to matters of nutrition in Nigeria. The difficulties we confront are common knowledge among us all. We cannot ensure that the future generation will have the mental and physical ability to contribute successfully to the economy, since around 15 million of the 36 million children under the age of 5 suffer from stunted growth and developmental impairments. Situation is especially terrible in rural areas where factors such as poverty, low education, and limited access to health care all contribute to the issue. In spite of this, the fact that we are powerful women gives us the opportunity to make a difference. As a result, we need to collaborate in order to establish a culture of health and wellness in our communities, and we also need to make use of the power we have in order to push for policies and programs that encourage healthy eating. Among them are a few examples. One, as part of its Operation Feed Yourself campaign, the federal government of Nigeria is promoting home and school gardening as a healthy activity for the country. Two, educating people about the significance and advantages of breastfeeding during the first 6 months of a baby's existence, both for the mother and the child, as well as for our country as a whole. Three, championing advocacy for a legislation that will provide for 6 months paid maternity leave for all 36 states of the Federation and Abuja. 4,
campaigning for the installation of creches in our different offices, including those run by the government as well as those run by the private companies. Last but not the least, advocacy for budgeting that is more realistic from release of nutrition funding and accountability for money that has been released. It is clear to me that none of us can do this task on our own. Therefore, it is of the utmost importance that we collaborate across government institutions as well as corporate and non-government organizations in order to establish a concerted effort to enhance the nation of Nigerians' nutrition. Together with the Nigerian Governors Forum Secretariat, the Nigerian Governors Wise Forum will monitor the status of those pledges throughout the country and provide assistance for their actualization. In closing, I want to convey my appreciation to each and every one of you for your devotion to making our nation a better place and for your focus on this very important matter. Let us use this conference as a springboard for more cooperation and action towards improving nutrition in Nigeria. And let us do so while we are here.
Another round of applause for Her Excellency, the chair of the Nigeria Governors Wives Forum, Her Excellency Maria Waziri Tambwa. I'd like to announce that aides of their excellencies should please go up to the gallery. Your protocol officer, media aide, please go upstairs to the gallery. Let me quickly introduce in our midst Samuela Isopi, Ambassador of EU, here present. Please a round of applause. Mrs. Elizabeth Egareba, Director, Economic Growth Department, representing the Permanent Secretary, Federal Ministry of Finance. Dr. Gloria Ahmed, Director, Special Duties, Federal Ministry of Finance, and Open Government Partnership Coordinator. Emmanuel Mamo, Director, Advocacy, Communication and Media, Save the Children International, and also the representative of the Minister of Budget and National Planning, Elizabeth Egerobi. She's Director, Economic Department Growth. It's now time, Your Excellencies, for us to go into a session of goodwill messages as we call on the Federal Ministry of Health, representative of the Federal Ministry of Health. Each goodwill is 3 minutes. Please, can we encourage him as he comes up here with a round of applause? Please, aides, protocols, media, to Your Excellencies, should go upstairs. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Let me stand on existing protocol. My name is Uraba John, a director with the Federal Ministry of Health. I'm here representing the Honorable Minister of Health, and I want to bring his apologies because he's really outside with another official engagement. But let me start by commending the organizers of this event, the CS-SUNN and the Federal Ministry of Women Affairs, and also for choosing the theme of this event, which is Women in Power, harnessing our position in improving nutrition outcome. Actually, this team shouldn't have come at a better time than now. And you know, Nigeria, our nutrition indices has not been better. So with these powerful women coming on board, now we believe the nutrition sector is about to witness a tremendous change to the positive that will actually improve our nutrition indices globally. The Federal Ministry of Health is actually very happy to be in this event because this is what we have been waiting for. Having such powerful sector of the society to collaborate with us in the area of improving the nutrition of the citizens of this country, especially the women and the underprivileged. Because looking at the role of women, you do know that they are very, very powerful in the society. What takes a man few years, 10 years to achieve, if a woman is set out to do that, it will take them not more than 2 to 3 years. So we cannot underestimate the role of a woman. And if you also look behind during the COVID period, when everywhere was locked down, no movement restrictions, but the nutrition was not locked down. The women were there doing their best to make sure they provide a nutritious food on the table of their various homes. And they were also there in the farms trying to make sure that we do not go hungry. So the power of a woman cannot be underestimated. So we are willing, the Federal Ministry of Health, to collaborate with you and to provide an enabling environment, whichever way you call us to do. So on behalf of the Honorable Minister of Health, Dr. Osagi Enahere, we wish you and all of us a successful deliberation. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, representative of the Honorable Minister of Health. We have two First Ladies that have just joined us. Yobe State, First Lady, Her Excellency Hafsat Kolle Rebuni. Wave us, yeah, you're welcome. We also have Imo State First Lady, Her Excellency Chioma Uzodimma. Thank you very much, Your Excellencies. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we are still in the session of goodwill messages. It is my pleasure to bring up to the microphone the EU Ambassador.
Your Excellencies, the First Ladies of Nigerian states, Dame Pauline Talen, my dear friend, the Honorable Minister for Women's Affairs, hereby represented by the Permanent Secretary of the Ministry, Development Partners, Civil Society Organization. First of all, let me thank you for inviting the European Union and for inviting me on the occasion of this conference. As you know, we are among the strongest supporters of this forum for the key role that we play. First of all, let me also congratulate the First Ladies on their new or renewed title, a title with very important responsibilities. The Governors' Wise Forum has been a key partner for the European Union in the area of gender-based violence. Our work on ending gender-based violence is part of the EU larger partnership with Nigeria, with a very strong focus on gender equality and women's empowerment. We have seen your potential. We have seen the potential of your forum. We have measured the impact that you can make as Governors Wise Forum to positively affect the lives of the people. Inspired by your leadership, the European Union has developed a comprehensive gender action plan to make sure that 85% of all our programs in all focus areas, including health, nutrition, and food security, have gender equality and women's and children's rights as key objective. In the case of Nigeria, our overall gender-sensitive action will be over 400 million euros in the years 2021-2025. Today, I would like to commend the Governors Wise Forum for taking the lead on nutrition, which is becoming an emerging issue in Nigeria. It has been said already, widespread malnutrition has a devastating impact. It does not only contribute to child mortality, impeding and chronic diseases, but it is also associated with poor brain and cognitive development, poor school performance, and lower productivity in adulthood. Undernutrition amplifies gender inequalities by lowering learning potential and life opportunities for girls and women, weakening their immunity and increasing their risk of life-threatening complications during pregnancy and childbirth. The European Union therefore absolutely agrees that improved nutrition status of all Nigerians, with a particular focus on women, girls, and of course children, should be a top priority at the federal and subnational level. The European Union has been a steady supporter of nutrition, in particular through the Maternal, Newborn, Child, Health and Nutrition Project, implemented with UNICEF in Kebbi, Adamawa and Bauchi states over the past few years. Nutrition actions were also part of the Borno package, which came to an end earlier this year. The sustainability of these programs can only be ensured through strong political commitment and ownership at state level. Because despite the existence of the national policy on food and nutrition from 2016, malnutrition and its impacts still are not prioritized. Today, the food insecurity situation in Nigeria is again very, very dire, with a staggering 24 million Nigerians, of whom the majority are women and children, expected to be in food crisis, with over 4 million life-threatening food insecurity, especially in the northeast of the country. Improvements in the nutrition status of all Nigerians can only be achieved through stronger coordination and advocacy, a key role for you, the First Ladies, and the Nigerian Governors Wise Forum. We need to build partnerships across the board to have an impact and change people's life. Governors and governors' wives in Nigeria are those that can make this change and that can change people's lives. That is why the Nigerian Governors Wise Forum is a key partner for us. You have a unique position to help prioritize people's needs, influence laws and policies, raise awareness, and use your convening power, as you are doing today, to convene critical stakeholders at state level. You have already demonstrated your strength. Your contribution and commitment on gender-based violence has been vital to get accelerated action. The Violence Against Persons Prohibition Act became the fastest bill to pass at the subnational level in the history of Nigeria, and this is thanks to you. Please, a round of applause. We hope the Nigeria Governors Wise Forum will continue to serve as a platform for accelerated action to improve the lives of Nigerian people. We are grateful for your partnership and look forward to a continued collaboration with you. Thank you very much. I wish you very successful deliberations.
Thank you very much, EU Ambassador. Putting everything there in perspective, the role of the women empower, that is, their excellencies, the governor's wives, in fighting hunger and food insecurity? Yes, they can. Thank you very much once again. Let me quickly recognize Her Excellency, the incoming First Lady of Abia State, Mrs. Priscilla Oti. Wave us. I think you should come to where the others are, please. You'll soon get used to it. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let me bring up to the microphone USAID for their goodwill message. USAID.
Good morning. Honorable Minister of Women's Affairs, Honorable Chairman of the Nigerian Governors' Wives Forum, distinguished dignitaries and participants, please permit me to stand on existing protocol. It is a real honor to participate in this first edition of the Women in Power Conference and to have the opportunity to address the many dedicated nutrition advocates in the room here today. This conference provides a platform for female stakeholders, including the wives of state governors, female legislators, political appointees, successful career women in both public and private sector, and partners to advance the nutrition agenda. The role of women in power for improving nutrition is very critical to national development, especially in addressing women and girls' nutrition in Nigeria, because well-nourished women are better able to provide for themselves, their children, and their families. And well-nourished mothers are more likely to have infants with healthy birth weights, and such children are less likely to ever suffer from malnutrition. This conference comes at a critical time in the wake of increasing hunger and malnutrition across the globe, especially in Nigeria. It offers us an opportunity to leverage our momentum to prioritize multi-sectorial nutrition goals, drive political support for nutrition, food systems programming, domestic financing, and improved accountability. Malnutrition is a serious public health and development challenge in Nigeria. With growing international recognition of the impact of non-communicable diseases in Africa, there is greater visibility of the double burden of malnutrition in Nigeria. Notably, the 2018 Nigerian DHS found that 12% of women are undernourished, as well as a 28% prevalence of overweight obesity. Moreover, 58% of women suffer from anemia. Malnutrition has the most far-reaching impact on the most vulnerable populations, especially children, adolescents, and women. The economic impact of malnutrition can result in increased healthcare costs, slow economic growth, and perpetuate rates of poverty. Unfortunately, the resources being deployed are insufficient to meet the need, as is the coordination of various programs designed to help address the risk. During the critical 1,000-day window between the start of a woman's pregnancy and the child's second birthday, opportunities to maximize better nutrition are being missed as a result of the lack of coordination and resources. There is an urgent need for investments to scale up maternal, infant, young, child, and adolescent nutrition interventions, prevention and treatment for child severe acute malnutrition, also known as wasting, micronutrient supplementation, food security, and social and behavior change programming. USAID works with Nigeria as one of 14 priority countries that are focused on nutrition. And our multi-sectoral nutrition strategy, which spans 2020 to 2025 for Nigeria, integrates nutrition activities across our health, agriculture, humanitarian assistance, private sector engagement, and education portfolios in supported states. In 2020 alone, USAID Nigeria received an additional $55 million to address food insecurity and wasting in Nigeria that resulted from the food crisis that was intended to help offset the repercussions of the Russian Federation's war against Ukraine. Of the $55 million, $38 million is programmed for humanitarian assistance to expand and strengthen the delivery of emergency nutrition services in northwest Nigeria. USAID is investing the remaining $17 million to improve the food system and sustainable access to prevention and treatment of child malnutrition. USAID also prioritizes gender and inclusion, women and youth empowerment in its strategies and in programs, and will continue to collaborate with the government of Nigeria to provide support for women, children, and adolescents at risk. We commend the organizers of this event for their vision, dedication, and hard work in bringing this conference to fruition. Your commitment to empowering women and promoting gender equality is commendable, and your efforts will undoubtedly have a lasting impact. We call on all stakeholders to utilize this event as a catalyst for transformative change, to ignite new ideas, forge partnerships, and empower women to leverage their positions to improve nutrition outcomes. USAID looks forward to collaborating with other stakeholders present and throughout Nigeria to support this initiative so that all Nigerians achieve health and well-being. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, USAID. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, permit me to introduce the incoming First Lady of Enugu State, Her Excellency Mrs. Nke Chinyere Mba, and the incoming First Lady of Taraba State, Her Excellency Agyun Agbu Kefas. Oh, you're welcome. I think I did that of Eno already. Incoming First Lady of Akwa Ibom State. You're welcome. And then Imo State, Barrister Chioma Popuzodima, done already. Permit me also to recognize the indefatigable Director General of the National Center for Women Development, the ivory tower of gender and women issues in Nigeria, Honorable Dr. Asabe Vilita Bashir. Your Excellencies, you need to visit the Women's Center to see what is going on there. In fact, she is the Julius Berger of the gender world. The place is undergoing a lot of construction and reconstruction. My DG, you are welcome. Let me bring up Save the Children for their goodwill message.
Your Excellency, the Permanent Secretary, ably represented by Mr. Aliyu, Director Child, my friend and colleague, Excellencies, First Ladies, distinguished guests, please allow me to stand on the existing protocol. First of all, I would like to express my huge appreciation to the Federal Ministry of Women Affairs, the Honorable Minister in particular, and all partner agencies for making this important event possible. Save the Children International has a very productive partnership with the ministry in the areas of gender equality, child protection, ending child marriage, and all forms of violence, abuse of children, especially the girls, marginalized children. Now I'm really excited to see how our collaboration can even grow towards other sectors like nutrition that has a key role for healthy and bright future for all children and quality of life for the mothers. Save the Children has been working in Nigeria since 2001 to ensure that all children survive, learn, and are protected. We protect children from all forms of violence, especially girls, orphans, vulnerable children, and children affected by conflict. Our programs work from the community to the national levels to promote children's rights and protection. We are strengthening the capacity of health workers and health systems in Nigeria to treat and prevent malnutrition and deliver low-cost interventions that save newborn child. And we work to address the cause of poverty and mitigate their impact on children by strengthening the livelihoods and resilience of households. These efforts are geared towards ensuring better health and well-being of Nigerian children and their household. For decades, the nutrition situation in Nigeria have not progressed optimally as it should be. According to the UNICEF, for example, malnutrition is a direct or an underlying cause of 45% of all deaths of under 5 children in the country. Nigeria has the second highest burden of children in the world, with a national prevalence rate of 32% of children under 5. An estimated 2 million children in Nigeria suffer from severe acute malnutrition, but only 2 out of 10 children affected are currently reached with treatment. 7% of women of the childbearing age also suffer from acute malnutrition. The stunting rate, which a developmental indicator, fluctuates between 35 to 37% across, according to the National Demographic Health Survey of 2018. Also, the exclusive breastfeeding rate is 29%, while about 68% are under 5 children are reported to be anemic and with diarrhea rate of 73.3% as well. Among women, 57.8% were recorded as anemic as well. Unfortunately, these facts and figures are not what we want to hear or see today. But I believe change is possible, improvement is possible, progress is possible with the collective will, commitment, and deliberate and coordinated action of all of us who are here today. I would like to very sincerely draw our attentions for a moment that we are actually historically privileged and also responsible to make things happen or change for the better of the lives of deprived children, mothers and girls indeed. I'm therefore very delighted today because the stakeholders here are change agents, change makers, influencers, that your strong voice can go as far as improving the lives of millions of children and mothers in need by improving the nutrition landscape in the country. Excellencies, and ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the children in Nigeria and on behalf of Save the Children International Nigeria, I would like to very sincerely request you, especially First Ladies, to please challenge and obtain the commitment of your beloved husbands, governor-elects, to ensure that, first, children have equal access to development assistance and basic social services, including but not limited to food assistance, water, health, nutrition, even sanitation and hygiene. Secondly, all children in Nigeria have the right to be afforded life-saving health care assistance and basic services, including but not limited to the treatment of malnutrition and other childhood-related illness, and access to adequate nutritious food. And third, and finally, Nigeria and Nigerians should never tolerate a world where children are denied the opportunity to quality health and quality health care and provided with adequate nutrition. Finally, I hope and wish that at the end of today, we will have a clear and common agenda on the way forward to see some of the nutrition-related gaps to be addressed at the national and subnational level at the earliest possible time because of the urgency and the dire need. I thank you very much for listening and remain blessed. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Save the Children, because I know that is there and core and central to what you do, saving the children. And the issue of malnutrition is one area of big concern. It's now time to bring up Alive and Thrive. Please let's welcome him as he comes to the podium.
Good morning once again. Your Excellencies, wives of governors, distinguished senators represented, Honorable Minister of Women Affairs, please permit me to stand on existing protocol. I bring you greetings from Alive and Thrive, and intake, as well as 1,000 days, which constitutes the Nutrition Project Consortium, supporting this very event. We are delighted to be co-partners in this inaugural Women in Power conference, and congratulate the Federal Ministry of Women Affairs, the Nigeria Governors Forum Wives, CS-SUNN, and other partners. Good nutrition for women and girls is foundational for health, as we have heard repeatedly, for development, for prosperity, and for national development. Current statistics show that 44% of women of reproductive age in Nigeria do not meet their daily minimum dietary diversity requirements, resulting in high prevalence of anemia, as you have heard once again, at 58, and other consequences. This is adduced to several socio-cultural factors and other issues that might not be mentioned here. Poverty and the lack of ignorance being key to it on top of the list. Only prioritizing critical actions addressing nutrition status of women and girls can accelerate progress towards achieving sustainable development goals and global nutrition targets. In a few days from now, a new administration will be inaugurated in the country. This presents us with great advocacy opportunities. I encourage all the women leaders here to use their good offices and other platforms to support investment in nutrition for maternal and future generation. I Outstanding critical issues, though have been mentioned, but I would like to reiterate: 6 months maternity leave for women, continuing access to education for young girls, and support to credit facilities for Nigerian women. I will implore you, please, let us keep nutrition at the front burner. Any time nutrition fails, a country will fail just with time. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the goodwill message. Your Excellencies, the Honorable Minister Ma, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, will now bring up UNICEF. Gain should be ready.
Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, permit me to stand on existing protocol. I'd like to begin by wishing everybody a good morning. Ikaro, Inakwana, Unu Abolachi. It is a real honor to be here to address all Your Excellencies and distinguished participants at this historical high-level engagement on nutrition financing. I would like to first congratulate the Ministry of Women Affairs, the Nigeria Governor's Wives Forum Secretariat, and all partners who have come to this meeting. I especially thank all the First Ladies that are present here today and with us in spirit for being champions to changing the current narrative on how we invest in nutrition. As you have heard from the many speakers before me, investing in the first 1,000 days of life is what we call a best buy. It is the bedrock of empowerment for women and strong human capital. Sadly, however, we have 6 nutrition targets for the Sustainable Development Goals, and Nigeria, as a giant of Africa, remains off track. So while and this is the one area of development that we can change. Nigeria has the highest burden of malnourished children in the world, in Africa, and the second highest in the world. We also are in the first 10 highest countries for maternal mortality. And finally, in terms of the numbers of adolescent girls and women aged 15 to 49 years who are undernourished, this number has gone from approximately 6 million to over 7 million in 2021. This places Nigeria amongst the hardest hit countries by the global food and nutrition crisis. The Convention on the Rights of Children recognizes the right of every child and holds the government and each of us here in this room accountable to provide adequate food and nutrition to enable children to survive and to thrive. Each of us in this room are the custodians, and as I have said before, as the First Ladies, you are the champions. In Nigeria, it is said that it takes a village to raise a child, doesn't it? Yes? No? Yes? So, Your Excellencies, nutrition sadly is an orphan. And why do I say this? It is because we have no one ministry of nutrition. We have the Ministry of Women Affairs, Health, Budget and Planning. So we need that whole village. We need all of government to rally around to end malnutrition. And we need you as the champions to raise the profile of malnutrition in each of your states. We need your support to advocate for increased financing, to boost accountability, and drive programs across the board to improve malnutrition. We're all business people here and we all deal with money, right? In some way or the other. So if I told you that for every 500 naira invested in nutrition, you get a return of at least 8,000 naira, is that a good investment? Yes? It's pretty good. It's a large return. So this is what we need to boost our human capital. So while all is not bleak, and really we've heard the crazy statistics and how bad the situation is, I would like to present some good news. And I think we need to applaud for each of these pieces. First, we've made significant strides in Nigeria to boost the exclusive breastfeeding rate. It has gone up from 29% to 34%. Can we all applaud? Thank you. At the federal level, the government has looked, and I'd like to congratulate the government for approving 14 days of paternity leave for civil servants, and this has made a significant change. We also have 6 states, and I will not call out those 6 states, but 6 states who have extended maternity leave for up to 6 months for women. So all of this is really good news, but as I said earlier, we need more, and we need each of us in this room to commit more. As we stand, this is 2023, and we are at the midpoint of the Sustainable Development Goals. We must work together and commit, and it is with your commitment and leadership, dear First Ladies, that I believe that Nigeria can and will make giant strides towards achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. These next 5 years are critical. We cannot wait till 2030 to start making change. The change has to start now and this year. So on behalf of the Development Partners Group and UNICEF, I'd like to say that we are all committed to stand by you to ensure the specific rights and needs of children, adolescents, and young people. We are happy to continue our collaboration with the Government of Nigeria, the Governors Forum, and the First Ladies Forum, and work with each of you as champions such that we will improve the nutrition outcomes of the giant of Africa and ensuring that nobody is left behind. Thank you, Da'alu, Nagode, Eshe, and I thank you well.
And do I say namaste? Thank you very much, UNICEF, for your goodwill and always there for Nigerian women and children. Where will we be without UNICEF? And UN Women indeed. Thank you very much to our partners. I earlier mentioned gain, but there's a change. From gain, we are going to care. Care? Jennifer Ogle. All right, thank you. Please let's welcome her with an applause.
Honorable Minister of the Federal Ministry of Women's Affairs, Permanent Secretary, First Ladies here, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, allow me to stand on existing protocol. As a consort, I know the lady just said a change from gain to care, but we will see why in a minute. As a consortium of Care International and Gain International, implementing the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the Netherlands-funded Cascade project, we are honored to stand in solidarity with the Ministry of Women's Affairs, government institutions, and other international and national partners to elevate the critical role that nutrition plays in Nigeria's development. Previous speakers have touched on this, and I'm not going to go into that, but we all appreciate it. The launch of the Cascade project, interestingly, coincides with this August event. And on behalf of Care and Gain, we stand here and are committed as a project and as individual organizations to work with the various ministries, both at federal and state levels, and also with key strategic partners such as the Governor's Wives Forum and the SUNN Civil Society and many other stakeholders in our implementing states of Bauchi, Jigawa, Kebbi, and Nasarawa to improve the nutritional outcomes for 1.1 million women, girls, and children under 5 and their households in Nigeria. Thank you very much.
I thought she was still in the introductory part. Thank you very much, Care, for that very brief goodwill. You did not take up to 2 minutes, I think. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies, permit me to now bring up the representative of the Minister of Water Resources, Engineer Charity Joseph Ojobo, Assistant Director Water Engineering, for her goodwill. I hope you'll be brief too.
Good morning, the Honorable Minister of Women Affairs, our Mama, ably represented by the Permanent Secretary of Federal Ministry of Women Affairs, the Chairman of the Nigerian Governors' Wives Forum, and all the beautiful ladies in the house, our ladies of inestimable value, High Excellencies. Thank you for being in FCT for this program. And permit me to stand on already well-established protocol. My minister, Engineer Suleiman Hussaini Adamu, Fellow of the Nigerian Society of Engineers, Fellow of the Academy of Engineers, is one whose passion and desire for issues that have to do with women and the girl child is well known and is evident by what he has achieved as he came up as the Minister of Federal Ministry of Water Resources. And he desired so much to be here. But of course, we know what is happening now, and he has been commissioning a lot of projects. Presently, he's not in Abuja, and I'm here representing him. I want to really appreciate the people who put up this, especially women in power, and in collaboration with our governors' wives and every other person. I want to say that from the Federal Ministry of Water Resources, the theme is apt, is timely, and is of interest to Federal Ministry of Water Resources, taking the last 3 words from the theme, improving nutrition outcomes. I want to say that with the desire and the move of our minister, presently we have a unit in the ministry that is called the Nutrition Subunit. And of course, on yearly basis, this unit has, we know what I'm talking about. We have a budget allocation for this unit, whose mandate is to ensure that issues on nutrition is as much as possible brought to the minimal level. And because of that, this topic is good to us. And talking about the topic, I want to say that by the grace of God, Federal Ministry of Water Resources has contributed something as regards to this topic. And that is starting with that we have a program we call the P-Wash, where we collaborate with the state ministries to provide water and sanitation facilities, mainly in public places and institutions, because we know that the body mass is made up of 70% water. And when you talk of the elements of nutrition, water and others, water is topmost. So it's not out of place that Federal Ministry of Water Resources is involved in this. And so, on behalf of our minister, we want to say that we are glad we are here, and we'll do our best to put in whatever is required to ensure that this, which our Governors' Wives Forum is interested in, is brought to the limelight. Because we know that who are the people that cook? It's the women. Who are the people that go to fetch the water? It's the girl child. And so it is the women and the girl child that is affected more when it comes to nutrition. And so I want to commend you and want to say that we are ever ready to partner with you. Thank you, and I wish all of us a successful conference.
Thank you, Water Resources. If we could have good water, I think part of the problem will be solved, because potable drinking water is also crucial in nutrition. Thank you very much. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let me bring up finally, for the last goodwill, Mrs. Umul Kairi Bobri from DG NAFDAC. Ma'am, your time starts as you are rushing, but be careful. Those steps are not too gender friendly. Thank you. 2 minutes.
The Honorable Minister of Women Affairs, ably represented by the Director, our Permanent Secretary, our Honorable Chairman of the Governors' Wives Forum, other Honorable First Ladies of our states, good morning. Please allow me to stand or align with the existing protocol, because if I stand if all of us are standing on the existing protocol, it will collapse. So allow me to align with the existing protocol. I stand here this morning on behalf of my Director General, Professor Christiana Mojishola Adeye, who have loved to be with us, but because of exigencies of other assignments, very important national assignments, we are protecting the health of the nation, so she has to be somewhere else. So I'm here today representing her. And in brief, NAFDAC, National Agency for Food and Drug Administration and Control, is an agency mandated to control the manufacture, the distribution, the sale, the importation, the exportation of food and other regulated products, to ensure that these products are wholesome, they are of high quality, they are safe, they are efficacious, thereby protecting the health of Nigerians. And in line with that too, the federal government has also saddled the responsibility of ensuring that food fortification program is being implemented in Nigeria. And as you know, food fortification is one of the strategy adopted by the federal government of Nigeria to fight malnutrition, and it's an important program that needs to be supported by everybody that's interested in nutrition, because it is a single most effective, cost-effective strategy to fight malnutrition from childhood to adulthood. I congratulate the Honorable Minister of Women Affairs for coming up with this idea of convening this conference of our first ladies, who are the custodians of our tummies in our houses. And we believe if their if they're involved in this kind of laudable projects, our nutrition indices will improve from local government up to the state and to the national, and thereby reducing the incidences of malnutrition that is currently ravaging the country, as being one of the highest countries in the world that is suffering from malnutrition. Another important project that we are anchoring is the ensuring of the implementation of the provisions of the International Court of Marketing of Breast Milk Substitutes. These codes are a global recommendation for member countries, which Nigeria is a signatory, to ensure that babies and mothers are protected so that babies will be breastfed right from day one, which means there should be a first initiation of a baby to her mother's breast within 30 minutes of birth, and that baby should continuously be breastfed exclusively for 6 months, and to introduce complementary feeding that will support the baby and continue breastfeeding for 2 years and beyond. And this recommendation is in line with our faith. That's what Islam says, and that's what Christianity says. So WHO, in their wisdom, is encouraging member countries to ensure that these mothers are protected to continue breastfeeding, to have confidence to breastfeed their babies. However, it was realized that aggressive marketing of these infant food manufacturers undermines the confidence of mothers to breastfeed. So our excellencies, our mothers in the states, we would like you to support us in ensuring that these mothers are protected from the industry influence in all your states, in all your programs, because all of us are binded on these regulations. And we hope you will go back and find out what is the recommendations by these global recommendations. In your capacity as First Ladies, what is my responsibility? What is going to be my commitment to ensure that a child born in my state is initiated within 30 minutes on her mother's breast? She is exclusively, or he is exclusively breastfed for 6 months and continually breastfeeding for 2 years and beyond. And with that, I want to assure you there will be reduction of the malnutrition indices in our country. I wish us a successful conference. Thank you so much.
Thank you, NAFDAC. And we can eat noodles now, Abi. Because noodles has been saving Nigerian children since Mongo Park. Thank you very much, NAFDAC. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is now my honor and privilege to call on the Honorable Minister of Women Affairs, Her Excellency Dame Pauline K. Talen, OFR, KSG, ably represented by the Permanent Secretary in the Ministry, our brother and our sister, Alhaji Aliu Shinkafi.
Thank you, MC. The chairperson, Nigerian Governor's Wives Forum, and wife to my brother and friend, Your Excellencies, First Ladies, incoming and outgoing, returning, incoming, outgoing. All of you are recognized. So first and foremost, let me extend apologies of my principal for her not being here. Even though some of us may be aware of why she is not here, but why she is not here is that today is fake. That's why all the ministers are in the Federal Executive Council meeting, as we're here now. So she has asked me to step in for her and apologize on her behalf. She would have loved to be here with you, but she cannot, of course, abstain from that meeting. So you are welcome, all the excellencies, incoming, those coming back, and those going out. The EU ambassador to Nigeria, DG Center for Women Development, our partners, CSOs, representatives of MDAs, ladies and gentlemen, what I'm reading here is my principal's address, the Paul in Tallinn, and it goes like this. It gives me a great pleasure to address you at this important occasion of a national conference on women in power with the theme Harnessing Our Position in Improving Nutrition Outcomes, which is being convened by the Federal Ministry of Women Affairs in collaboration with civil society, Scaling Up Nutrition in Nigeria, CS-SUNN, the Nigeria's Governors' Wives Forum, and other key stakeholders in the nutrition space, aimed at developing responsive strategies to reduce high rate of malnutrition in Nigeria. The Federal Ministry of Women Affairs is very uncomfortable with the high rate of malnutrition of women and children in Nigeria as reflected in the statistics on stunting, wasting, anemia, micronutrients deficiency, which is hidden hunger, among others. Those statistics have been reeled out here, but let me also add to that. Available statistics indicate that 55% of women of reproductive age are anemic, increasing their risk of dying in pregnancy or childbirth and having low birth weight babies who are at increased risk of dying. The percentage of exclusively breastfed children remain abysmally low. 11% of women of reproductive age are thin or undernourished, which means with the body mass with mass index of less than 18.5 kg per square meter. While 16 of the 15 to 19-year-old adolescents had acute malnutrition when compared to 3% among 20 to 49-year-old adult women. Optimal nutrition, because of its importance, is a basic human right enshrined in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, which Nigeria is a signatory to. And the government is primarily duty bearer to ensure that every Nigerian citizen enjoys this right. You would therefore agree with me that adequate nutrition plays a pivotal role to our health and well-being, and it also contributes to securing future generations from poverty and diseases. Optimal nutrition makes economic sense, and consequences of malnutrition such as cognitive failures, poor work productivity, chronic illnesses, and other factors can result in GDP losses of 2 to 3% in Nigeria, possibly translating into losses of about $8 billion a year. The country's nutrition situation is unacceptable because between 2012 and 2019, Nigeria's global food security ranking dropped from 25th position from the bottom to 19th from the bottom of 113 countries. Over 1 million children die every year in Nigeria, and half of these deaths are due to undernutrition. This means that through child mortality, we are losing a population of about the size of Port Harcourt, which has gross revenue of over $81 billion every year. On the positive side, between 2008 and 2018, percentage of wasted children that are too thin for their ages was halved from 14 to 7%. Stunting reduced from 41% to 37%. More than 1 out of every 3 Nigerian children are still too short for their ages, with stunting rates as high as 66 and 65% in Jigawa and Bauchi states. Percentage of mothers practicing life-saving exclusive breastfeeding for 6 months more than doubled, from 14 to 29%. But this still are far short of the global targets that Nigeria committed to. The Federal Ministry of Women Affairs is among the 5 critical sectors identified to implement the Accelerating Nutrition Results in Nigeria (ANRI) project. It is an initiative of government of Nigeria with support from the World Bank to increase this utilization of quality, cost-effective and high-impact nutrition services for pregnant, lactating women, adolescent girls, and children under the age of 5. The ministry has also made remarkable progress in the crusade to eradicate malnutrition using the ANRIM project by successfully creating awareness on Nigeria's nutrition landscape among political leaders, stakeholders, community leaders, and the general public in Gombe State through advocacy visits, sensitization workshops, meetings at various levels, and distribution of behavioral change communication materials, BCC materials. I'm happy to inform you that His Excellency, the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Muhammadu Buhari, GCFR, gave approval for the establishment of a nutrition department in some relevant ministries, which included our own ministry, Federal Ministry of Women Affairs. Over the years, this has not been, though it has not taken effect, we are still working with the Office of the Head of Service to see it established, but one of the issues here is funding. Funding has been a major challenge in carrying out nutrition activities, but with the creation of a nutrition department, there will be a budget line which will go a long way in achieving the implementation of the National Multi-Sectoral Plan of Action for Food and Nutrition in Nigeria. The ministry, therefore, reiterates the need to prioritize funding and budget releases for nutrition at national and state levels as an investment in national human capital development. There is no better time to increase funding for nutrition there than now. Therefore, innovative financing solutions are urgently required. At this juncture, I must not fail to acknowledge the tremendous support given to the ministry by nutrition partners, stakeholders for the successful hosting of this conference. I appreciate all who have worked tirelessly behind the scenes to make this conference a reality. I must also exclusively and sincerely commend the roles of you, the excellencies here present, for always being here and always ready to collaborate with the ministry on not only this conference, but other programs of the ministry. More so when we visit your states, you have been supportive in so many ways. I therefore wish to extend the gratitude of the ministry and the Minister of Women Affairs to you. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I want to, on behalf of the Minister, also urge you to work relentlessly to change the narrative of nutrition in Nigeria through our various positions, because we need more women of influence like you to give voice and prominence to effectively address nutrition issues and challenges as it affects women, girls, and children. On this note, I want to thank all of you and wish you fruitful deliberation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The representative of the Honorable Minister of Women Affairs, the Permanent Secretary, Alhaji Aliyu Shinkafi. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we are making good progress. While I await Mariam to bring me the list of the First Ladies that have just joined us, I'd like to remind us that this program, put together by the Nigerian Governors' Wives Forum, has other key partners. They include the Nigeria Governors Forum, the Federal Ministry of Women Affairs, the Federal Ministry of Health, Federal Ministry of Finance, Budget and National Planning, as well as some development partners. Please, can we applaud the organizers for this very, very important event aimed at improving nutrition in Nigeria. Mariam, we are now going to have a group photograph according to the agenda. Madam Christiana, as well as Hawa, will help us in coordinating this. Sorry? Okay. All right, we have Her Excellency Monica Ugwuanyi, Enugu State. Please, a round of applause for her. You're welcome. Also, Her Excellency Hadiza Umar Namadi. That is the incoming or outgoing. Hadiza, incoming. Your Excellency, you are welcome. Can we coordinate the group photograph? If there's a change, let's know. Yeah, we are going ahead with the presentation. Thank you very much. So that everything will be organized and proper. Do I have the list of those coming up for the presentation? I'll just call up Dr. Mbang Ada Kofre, BOT member, Civil Society, Scaling Up Nutrition in Nigeria, CS-SUNN, to speak on nutrition situation in Nigeria with focus on women and girls' nutrition, how it contributes to national development. Right. Please let's make welcome Dr. Mbang.
Morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. The name is actually Mbang Kufreada. Yes. All protocols duly observed. So I'm here on behalf of CS-SUNN as a member of the BOT. So my first slide, please. So I'll be making a presentation looking at the nutrition situation in Nigeria with focus on women and nutrition in Nigeria. This will be the outline. Not too fast, please, so that everybody can assimilate. Thank you. Thank you. So we'll have a little introduction. Look at the prevalence. Some of this data has already been discussed, but we could just look at them a bit further and look at the link between nutrition and national development, government and private sector response, and then we have a conclusion. So by way of introduction, malnutrition is the single largest cause of death among women globally, and women suffer from at least 60% of the world's malnutrition cases. More than 1 billion women worldwide experience at least one form of malnutrition. Malnutrition is a gender equality issue since women and girls are twice as likely to suffer from malnutrition than men and boys, and we'll probably expand later. Thank you. In Nigeria, as in many developing countries, women and girls traditionally eat last and have lower quality of food, often leading to poor nutritional intake. Undernutrition in adolescent girls aged between 15 and 19 years in Nigeria has been variously reported to range between 23 and 58%. I think we all agree that we're in a patriarchal society, and you can understand the disadvantage women and girls go through in the home. Socioeconomic and dietary factors are the underlying determinants of undernutrition in rural adolescents. In some rural communities, negative social and cultural norms deny women and girls their right to good nutrition, and we can agree with that when you consider some of the challenges our women face, especially in the rural setting. Women make up nearly half of the Nigerian population, but remain underrepresented in policy making. In fact, when I did a little literature research, averagely about 4% of women are involved in politics, and that is dismal, including on issues related to their health and well-being. We are not on the table making policy. The government needs to do better. Now, looking at prevalence of malnutrition in Nigeria, I think some of this data has already been reeled out. Stunting, you can see that's like 37% of the population. And you can see that's about more than a quarter of the population of our children being stunted in growth, and that has an impact. On a lighter note, I attended a nutrition meeting a few years ago where somebody said that the future of a potential pilot could be impaired just because of stunting, because it appears that for you to be a pilot, you need to have a certain height so that you can actually, maybe put your legs on the throttle and so on and so forth. So you can imagine if the potential profession of a child can be impacted just because of nutrition. Of course, wasting 7.7%. And then underweight in children under 5, 19.3%. And among women of reproductive ages, 38%. And over 18 years, and women over 18 years are said to be overweight. Now, this is even another challenge. Not just because patients, people and individuals can be underweight, we can actually have people who are overweight, and that can impact on their health negatively. And of course, because of this overweightedness, obesity is a nutritional problem, and we can see in our population 16%. Now, women of reproductive age, 55% of them are said to have anemia. And anemia on its own, don't forget that a lot of these women are menstruating, probably having heavy menses, and this also further impacts on their anemia. And this anemia can contribute to low birth weight. And these children who are low birth weight are the ones that have stunting. These are the ones that have issues with developmental milestones. So you can see the cumulative impact some of these figures have. Malnutrition is a leading cause of death in children under the age of 5 years in Nigeria. And we must realize that infections like diarrhea and malaria also impact negatively on the mortality and morbidity of some of these children in Nigeria. So there's a cumulative effect. Now, looking at still more prevalence of malnutrition, according to the Global Nutrition Report 2020, the Nigeria country profile, only 56% of women aged between 15 and 49 have minimally adequate dietary diversity. So you can see the access to a wide range of food is limited in these women. So looking at environmental factors, there's also the contribution of having a widespread of a variety of nutritious meals. And according to the 2018 Nigeria Demographic and Health Survey, the prevalence of anemia among women aged 15 to 49 years is 29%, and so on and so forth. I could just continue reeling out this data, and we've heard this before. The numbers are not encouraging. We need to do better. These statistics highlight the urgent need to address the nutrition situation in Nigeria, with a particular focus on women and girls' nutrition. We cannot overemphasize this particular point. Improving their nutrition status can have significant positive impacts on their health, education, and economic outcomes, which in turn can contribute to national development. For instance, adequate nutrition can improve women and girls' health, reducing the risk of anemia. Don't forget the role of anemia and the quality of baby that is delivered. Stunting and other health complications. So good nutrition is directly proportional to a healthy and strong child. This in turn can improve their productivity, labor force participation, contributing to economic growth. So you can see the positive outcome of empowering women to eat healthy and to have babies that are healthy and strong. A study conducted by the World Bank from 2012 to 2013 revealed that increases in the empowerment of women are positively associated with household dietary diversity. You will agree with me, in the home, the women are the ones that have the wide variety of menus when they are preparing food. We are the ones that will talk about, oh, what's for breakfast today? What's for lunch today? We are the ones that play that majority role. So you can imagine, if these women are empowered, you can imagine the diversity and quality of meals that they can provide for the household. In addition, a household that is female biased in terms of share of female within the household, and households that favor female leadership tend to have higher significant improvement in their dietary intake with empowerment. So still just to buttress my earlier point. Now, what is the link between nutrition and national development? I believe there's a link. Now, if you look at this slide, it just continues to buttress some of the things we've said. Look at the outcome for that baby that is low birth weight. They are the ones that have a higher mortality rate. They are the ones that have impaired developmental milestones. These are the children that the class teacher may regard as being a dullard, if there's a phrase like that. We are looking out for the next Bill Gates, the next Elon Musk. These are innovators in their field. Is it possible that we can start now by just applying nutrition as a simple tool to create the next generation of innovators in the country, just by feeding our children right? We need to consider some of these points. The link between nutrition and national development, investing in women and girls' nutrition, can contribute to national development by improving health outcomes, economic growth, and social development. A healthy population is essential for economic development as it increases productivity and reduces healthcare costs. So don't forget that these women whom we said that 55% of them may come down with anemia, and I'm sorry, I didn't introduce myself as a doctor, so I keep on saying medical things. But if a woman is anemic, she's ill. She doesn't have the strength to go on. She doesn't have the stamina. And you can imagine the productivity at the place of work. She has brain fog. She's not concentrating. So that is already impacting on productivity. And then again, this is the same woman that has to nurture a child. You can see the outcome of a malnourished woman. Malnutrition, on the other hand, hinders economic development by reducing productivity, increasing healthcare costs, and perpetuating poverty. So it's one big vicious cycle. If we don't improve on nutrition for our women and girl child, we will be looking at parameters that will impact our economy negatively. The Nigerian government has developed policies and programs to address malnutrition in the country, including the National Strategic Plan of Action for Nutrition, the Scaling Up Nutrition Movement, and the community-based management of acute malnutrition. So good news is that there are policies on ground, but I believe at the end of this conference and meeting, new incoming first ladies can have access, can request for access for some of these policies and see how they can adopt and apply them at that, scaling it down at the local government level, at the state level. How can we improve? Because the policies are on ground, implementation has always been a problem. Now, I personally believe that the private sector also can contribute to addressing malnutrition in Nigeria by supporting nutrition programs and initiatives through procurement of nutrition commodities. So we can actually collaborate with the private sector to achieve some of our goals and objectives as regards nutrition. It's important we look at this slide. I think it just summarizes what we've said. You see this lady that is smiling? Let's assume she's a nurse or a banker. She's just had her baby. She's been given 6 months paid leave, so she's happy. She's breastfeeding this baby. She's probably going to do so for the next 2 years. She's going to be paid while she's going to be on leave. What do you think is the outcome of this child? Probably the next Elon Musk of Nigeria. That should be the hope of all mothers for their children, to outdo us, isn't it? And then you look at the other mother. She's wasted, her child is crying, they are both distressed looking. This child, without even saying much, where do you see this child tomorrow? Will that child even live? We're already talking about 1 in 13 children dying, that's under 5 children dying from whatever disease condition, with malnutrition being a leading cause of it. So we need to understand that this child that you see at the extreme, by my extreme right, left over there, probably in the next 6 to 12 months, probably won't be in existence. Is that fair? No. We need to do better, please. So this is the time for a call to action, a call to support the inclusion of women and girls in decision-making across all levels of engagement in country, in the private and public sectors as relates to nutrition. Don't forget, the representation is poor. We need to have more women on the table, not because we're struggling with the men to have relevance or gain relevance, but because we know as women we are peculiar. We can make the difference. The practice of exclusive breastfeeding and adoption of 6 months paid maternity leave for working mothers, I think this is good. We should continue to enforce this particular policy and scale it down all the way to the local government level. Don't forget the lady I've just shown you smiling with her baby. she's able to care for that child. It's unlikely she has anemia. She's most likely to provide with the money being paid to her, she can provide a nutritious, balanced diet for her children. This is the goal. Increased budgetary allocation to nutrition interventions. We cannot overemphasize on this. We need more money. We need more money. For us to have the next Elon Musk or Bill Gates money, and we need to invest in nutrition so that we can raise children who are bright and intelligent and strong. The release cash backing of approved nutrition budgets towards the implementation of the National Multi-Sectoral Plan of Action for Food and Nutrition. So we need commitment from stakeholders. The establishment of nutrition departments in line with MDAs across all states following the approval by President Muhammadu Buhari. Of course, the representative of the Minister for Women Affairs has already stated that. In fact, I was really impressed with one of the speakers who talked about nutrition being an orphan. I don't think we should see nutrition being an orphan. We should actually have nutrition standing alone and doing its thing. Thank you.
Yeah. Please, another round of applause for Dr. Mbang Adako-Free, BOT member, civil society, scaling up nutrition in Nigeria, one of our major partners for this event. Thank you very much for those points, very, very germane to do with nutrition, especially regarding women, girls, and children. The DJ, where's the DJ? In the next 1 minute, just play a song. Let's celebrate that lady that can cook. We are talking of food here and nutrition. So we stretch a bit while we congratulate her on our tables. Her name is Hilda Bassi, and she has entered the Guinness Book of Records for cooking 4 days at a stretch, 100 hours. And do you know most of the people that went there to go and eat free food are men? Now they know that a woman's education does not necessarily end in the kitchen, but in the Guinness Book of Records. So we are inspired by that our labor is not going in vain. The DJ doesn't want to play any sound music, but I just felt we should stretch a bit as I bring on the communication unit. Are you set? With the video break. The video break.
From time immemorial, prevention has been proven to be better and cheaper than cure. But why do my people love to undergo the stress of cure? Cure of things they could prevent. Why? Stunting. Okay. Why do we have children who are too short for their age?
Stunting, a condition whereby a child is too short for his age or her age due to poor nutrition, especially in the early days of life. Unfortunately, just as the squeezed paper cannot be smoothened, stunting is irreversible.
Why do we have children who fall sick often than others?
Stunting negatively affects child's immune system.
Because such a child could not take in the necessary nutrients needed for growth and development in the early days of life.
Why do some children find it difficult to do well at school?
Stunting affect child brain function. In other words, results in a low cognitive development, which make it difficult for the child to do well in school.
Why do we have some Nigerians who are unable to critically think of getting themselves out of economic challenges?
Why?
Why? 1,000 days. I was exclusively breastfed for 6 months. No water, no other food. My mom continued with the breastfeeding with other complementary food till I was 2 years old. The code is 1,000 days, from conception to my 2nd year's birthday. Thanks to mom.
I support first 1,000 days. I support
The first 1,000 days of life.
Our fathers, brothers, sisters, politicians, and policymakers, let's support and invest in the first 1,000 days of a child's life. Investment in exclusive breastfeeding is investment in our future.
Investment in exclusive breastfeeding is investment in our future. Thank you very much for that video. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it's time for our second presentation. While I wait for Miriam to bring me an update, I have seen Her Excellency, the wife of Governor of Bauchi State, outgoing and incoming at the same time. You're welcome, ma'am. Our next topic is funding nutrition in Nigeria. It's going to be by the Permanent Secretary of the Federal Ministry of Finance, Budget and National Planning. I think he's ably represented here. Yeah. Her Excellency Aisha Bala Mohammed, First Lady, Bauchi State. The Permanent Secretary in the Federal Ministry of Finance, Budget and Planning.
Thank you, Madam MC. Good afternoon, Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. For want of time, I'm sure you will permit me to align with the existing protocol. My name is Elizabeth Egareva. I am the Director, Economic Growth in the Ministry of Finance, Budget and National Planning. And I am representing the Permanent Secretary, Budget and National Planning, who is Engineer Nebo-Lisa Anako. I bring you greetings from him. He has asked me to congratulate the organizers of this wonderful conference and to make excuses for him. So I'm going to make a presentation on funding nutrition in Nigeria. And in making that presentation, I will just have to talk about the National Multi-Sectoral Plan of Action for Food and Nutrition, because embedded in that plan are some strategies for funding. So I'll make the presentation on behalf of my boss, the Permanent Secretary. Well, I thought I'll have the outline there, but I don't seem to see that, but I'll just go ahead. Well, the introduction. The government of Nigeria, coordinated by the Federal Ministry of Finance, Budget and National Planning, developed the Food and Nutrition Policy in 2016. And after the policy, we also came up in collaboration with other relevant MDAs, partners, subnational, which are the states, and other stakeholders. We also came up with a national multi-sectoral plan of action for food and nutrition, which I'll call the MFAM. So the overall goal of the nutrition policy then was to attain optimal nutritional status for all Nigerians, in particular, with particular emphasis on the most vulnerable groups, such as, of course, the children, the adolescents, the women, the elderly, and groups with special nutritional needs. We now came up with the MFAM, which is the plan of action, and it was both the policy and, of course, the plan of action goes hand in hand with the policy. They were all put together to address some challenges we saw in the sector. We had issues with a sustained high rate of stunting. They have talked severally about stunting. And we all know that stunting adversely affects human capital. Apart from affecting the human being, it also affects human capital. Because if the human being is not healthy enough to do anything, it will affect both the human capital and the economic progress. Then the previous efforts that were directed at the nutritional challenges in the nation had little impact because some of these sectoral efforts were restricted by limited coverage. There were also some level of uncoordination. There were issues with coordination because most of the efforts were not linked with other sectors, so they were not working harmoniously. And then we had little or no accountability to stakeholders. So the proposed, the National Multi-Sectoral Plan of Action came up in 2021. It's a strategic plan for 2021 to 2025. And these are the main objectives. So we have a proposed action and schedule designed to achieve the overarching goal for food and nutrition policy. We have, it's actually supposed to be a guide for the implementation of the national policy on food and nutrition across all sectors. And of course, it was developed through a multi-stakeholder participation. All of you gathered here at one point or the other participated in the development, or your representatives participated in the development. So there were federal MDAs, we had the states, because it's a national plan, so both the federal, the states, we had partners, we had private sector, it was a multi-sectoral activity. And then, of course, we also costed that plan. And we are going to see some of the figures as I go ahead. And then, of course, we have a consolidated M&E, that's a monitoring and evaluation logical framework. So the nutrition investments show MDAs with indicative cost and collaborative agencies. You are going to see that later. And then the main objectives of the multi-sectoral plan of action is to improve food security. Sorry, this is a bit distracting. To improve food security at national, community, and household levels. To reduce malnutrition among infants and children, adolescents, and women of reproductive age. To incorporate food and nutrition considerations into federal, state, and local government sectorial development plans. To prevent and control chronic nutrition-related non-communicable diseases. There are others. Just for want of time, let me move on. And then we had the cost. Like I said, this plan was costed. So they are actually estimated cost. So in the federal government, we are supposed to see about 34 trillion naira that the federal government should be able to come up with, which is a percentage of 11.8. Now, the plan of action is actually implemented mostly at the state level. So you can see why the states and FCT and local government, you can see 51.3%, because it is actually supposed to be implemented at the state level. And I'm very happy to see that distinguished excellencies, the wives of the governors are here, and they can see that. Then we have the development partners taking 29.3. We have the organized private sector taking 7.5. And of course, that comes to so much. You can see it's even difficult for me to pronounce the total amount of money. So we need a lot of resources, a lot of funds to be able to effectively fund nutrition in Nigeria. Now, we also have the federal government component estimated in a yearly manner from year 2021 to year 2025. So in year 2021, that is what it will cost us to effectively fund nutrition activities in the country 2022, 2023 to 2025. And then for, we also have the federal government component, the annual cost per program. We have 6 priority areas or result areas that the plan came up with, and we also costed those areas. So the first one is food and nutrition security. We have a total cost of 10.5. Then number 2, enhancing caregiving capacity. Number 3, enhancing provision of quality health services. Number 4, improving capacity to address food and nutrition insecurity. Number 5, raising awareness and understanding of problem of malnutrition in Nigeria. That is actually sensitization. And then number 6, resource allocation for food and nutrition security at all levels. That has also been broken down and costed, and you can see that. Now, what have we been able to do to provide, or what are we supposed to do to come up with funding for this great activity? So the government commitment to nutrition is key to economic growth of the nation. In achieving the policy and multi-sectoral plan, we require concerted efforts with focus on both the public and the private sector. So major investors, of course, are the federal government, we have the states, FCT, local government, and then we already are aware that some states have domesticated the policy and developed plans to implement their components. I think we have about 21 states already that have domesticated. So I'm also pleading with states that are yet to domesticate the nutrition policy to please go ahead so that their children and their women can at least be healthy. In fact, their populace can be healthy. And then, of course, we also agree in that plan that there's need for mobilization of resources for the implementation by allocating and releasing budgets on a timely basis for implementing interventions. And then we are also to work with the plan to mobilize resources. So the Federal Ministry of Finance, Budget and National Planning, which is a coordinating body, is expected to advocate for financial support through the government, the annual budgetary allocation and creation of budget line for food and nutrition. I'm sure you know that has been done. So we are also supposed to advocate support from donors and development partners. And I want to use this opportunity to thank all our partners. They have done very well in supporting us in that regard. And then we are supposed to also mobilize support from international and local non-governmental organizations. That we are also doing. Mobilize private sector and the private sector financial support for the implementation of the multi-sectoral plan. Now, what progress have we made so far? I'm happy to state that more MDAs now have budget line for nutrition. There are some very key MDAs, and I know most of them are here. They now have budget line for nutrition. We also had a presidential directive for the establishment of nutrition departments. I think the permanent secretary of Federal Ministry of Women Affairs has, and then some other people have already discussed that. It is in the works, and we are hoping that sooner or later that will be done. And then we also have been able to promote prioritization of nutrition in the core circulars to stimulate MDA sensitivity to put nutrition in the front burner of their annual budgetary proposal. So when we are doing the budgets, we sit down, we handhold with the MDAs and ensure that we see activities that are related to nutrition in their core circulars. And then, of course, food and nutrition is now a pillar in the National Development Plan. So we have a National Development Plan 2021 to 2025, and we have been able to integrate and mainstream issues concerning nutrition in that plan. And then, of course, we have some challenges. So there's a lack of understanding of nutrition as a developmental issue. So we still need to, spend more efforts at sensitization at all levels. And then we also have issues with inadequate prioritization of nutrition in the sectoral annual budget. We are trying our best, but we hope that we'll do better with the budgetary system with regards to nutrition. And then inadequate budgetary allocation for implementation of the plan. We are also working on that, and we are hoping that sooner or later we'll be able to be on top of that. Then, of course, we have dysfunctional systems, we have bureaucratic bottlenecks, and some weak political commitment. I'm not going to bore you. That is what we have been able to do to fund nutrition activities in the country. I don't want to be the one to stand in between you and your lunch, so I have decided to make the presentation very short. On that note, I want to thank you for listening.
Thank you very much for keeping it short and sweet and to the point, and for your consideration too. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let me quickly recognize some of our permanent secretaries from the states. Dr. Daniel Ezienwu from Anambra, Kerry Uzo Stephanie, also from Anambra. From Rivers, we have Blessing Loveday Idaminabo. From Gombe, Asabe El Malami and Abubakar Dauda Gadam. From Kogi, Andy Modupe Stella Maris, and Kaduna Stephen Joseph. You are all welcome to this very important event. Please let's applaud them for coming all the way to be part of this conference. It's time for questions and answers, if there are any, to the two presentations just made. If there are any, because if there's no response, we'll go straight to the panel discussion. Is it okay? Okay, question, right? Is there a microphone there? Okay.
Thank you so much. I want to stand on existing protocols. My name is Philippa Moma. I'm a public health policy advocate and passionate about nutrition, especially with the focus and target on women. The two presentations have been made, and I'm so glad on what has been made. However, I want to ask, for the two presentations, we had representatives here. Did we link up because we want to take practical things back home. Did we network with the Agric Ministry? Because you and I know that the Agric Ministry is very important. To tell us, they have a plan, a wonderful plan, on how to make sure that food is on the table. That homestead, in fact, their priority areas, one of them is to make sure that promoting homestead food production, just like the chairperson of the Governor's Wives Forum, Her Excellency Tambuwa stated, that they are promoting homestead gardens and then school feeding gardens. So how can, for the two presenters and Her Excellency, I want to ask, how can an ordinary person like me expand into the existing networks to make sure that the homesteads in my own community benefit from the priority areas that the policies have put in place? There's money, there's funding, we've had all these things. What is the network? What is the springboard to go in there and make sure that the adolescents, the young people who we have to hand over nutrition education, get practical exposure and support to capture adequate dietary diversity into their day-to-day feeding? Thank you.
All right. Any other question? We'll take them at a go, then the presenters will respond. Yeah?
Okay. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Your Excellencies, standing on established protocol as well. My name is Dr. Nana Sandal Bakar from the National Primary Healthcare Development Agency, representing my Executive Director and CEO, Dr. Faisal Shaib, OON. I think, and thank you very much for all the remarks and the presentation. There's been a lot of talk about the policies and what should be done to address nutrition. I think, and I hope that going forward in the next 3 days, there will also be discussion around the vehicle for implementing these policies, to providing that education to the woman that's in her household, to the caregivers of the children, to the adolescents in the household. So at the National Primary Healthcare Development Agency, there is the Community Health Influencers, Promoters and Services Program, and we have women that have been selected that are going house to house in the most hard-to-reach communities in the country. They are providing health education around reproductive maternal health and, very importantly, around nutrition. What has been discussed here around the 1,000 days of life, it's very key in the CHIPS program. These women, from conception to the child is 2 years old, provide education on not only exclusive breastfeeding, on complementary breastfeeding. They also identify screen children under 5 for malnutrition. Those that are severely malnourished, they refer for antenatal care. So it's very important that while we're discussing here, and to call on the excellencies here to pay attention in the states. Presently, we have over 23,000 CHIPS agents, but this only covers about 20% of the wards in the country.
Round up.
Okay, thank you very much. But it's very important that the women are educated, and the only way this education can be achieved is if we pay attention to the vehicle that will provide the education. Thank you.
Let's have the microphone to Their Excellency's table here. This table. Their Excellencies.
Good afternoon, everybody. My question or my comment specifically to the two presentations is that it would be helpful if we have a toolkit developed that specifies exactly how the wives of the governors can help. Let us really target it to the wives of the governors. A lot of these very laudable programs go on in our states, but they sit in the ministry and we're not aware. So you have the Ministry of Budget, you have Women Affairs, but the engagement between the office of the wife of the governor it differs in all the states. In some states it's weak, in some states it's strong, and then of course capacities of that office of the wife of the governor is different. It also differs. So it would be helpful if you have a simple toolkit on how you can help to improve the nutritional status in your states. That is my little comment.
Thank you. Go back to anyone on this side. Then you go back to the middle table. Somebody was raising her hand there.
Yeah, thank you very
Former
much.
DG Women's Center, Mrs. Esther Mangsha.
Yeah, it's a sort of contribution because we've just arrived from advocacy visit to states. And while discussing about the 6 months maternity leave, we had some problems because some women complained that the 6 months is too much, especially leaving their offices. Some of them are not comfortable. What if they are replaced by somebody after these 6 months? And then some others said, so many of our women are very active. Within these 6 months, another woman can get pregnant. Now, is there going to be another law that if a woman gets pregnant within 2 years and going for maternity leave for 2 years, for twice in 2 years, is it going to be very good for the government? Is it going to be very effective? Is the woman going to be effective? So is there another law that is going to counteract the law that is written that they should have 6 months? So many of them said this 6 months is too long. So what do we do?
Yeah, the table behind their excellencies.
Thank you very much. I just want to respond to that concern. There are various options.
Please be introducing yourself.
Okay, apologies. I'm Tonya Adewale Gabriel. I'm with Alive and Thrive. So there are different options. There are work from home opportunities for women, and there are also crèches in the workplace for the private sector. And in many of the states, there are clauses. For example, in Lagos State, it's for the first 2 children. And in Kaduna State, for example, it's after 4 years. So there are various clauses. So it's just important to put that on the table for women who are raising concern about these issues.
Okay. Are we done with the questions? Okay. We take the last and then we get the response.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Falsat Lawal. I'm Director of Special Duties from the Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development. I just want to respond to the question that was asked by one of the participants. That I want you to know that in the Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development, there's a department, FDA, Food Department, and in that department, we still have a unit that is solely for nutrition. And in that unit, I am aware that they are doing a lot to sensitize, to provide, to give items that are of nutrition values to different states. And I want us to know that agriculture is practiced in the states more than the federal. Where we have land to do our agricultural activities are in the states. So I want to implore us to please, as state participants, to ensure that we don't put everything on the federal government. We go back to ensure that we do our bits in our different states. Thank you.
Okay. Bring the microphone to their excellencies in the middle table.
Good morning. My name is Patience Omoeno, the incoming First Lady of Akwa Ibom State.
Can we give her a round of applause?
Thank you. My question is about when they were talking of stunted children, the point I heard repeatedly was about nutrition, maybe being the factor. But I have this question. What if nutrition is not the only factor for stunted growth? What if it's a gene thing? Example, if a mother is short or tiny, in frame size, the baby will come out tiny. So no matter the amount of feeding, that baby may still remain stunted. I think we should look at that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Have we closed the questions? All right. Our presenters. Yeah, she's there. Behind you. So Dr. Mbang Adakofre is responding.
Good afternoon once again. Thank you very much, our incoming First Lady. That question is a practical question. It's a common exam question for postgraduate doctors. So, just to let you know. The emphasis here is stunting as a consequence of malnutrition. Yes, genetics has a role to play. And, there's dwarfism and other causes of stunting. So the emphasis here, could it be that the child born today can be 6 feet tall as a consequence of good nutrition? Bear that in mind. Because by interrupting that first 1,000 days as a consequence of poor nutrition, because leading to stunting, is not going to be fair to the child. And don't forget that we're not just interested in the height of the child. We're interested in the mental capacity. In fact, some people will even tell you that these people, their emotional intelligence, their intelligent quotients are highly compromised. Is it possible that malnutrition could be playing out its role in this country as regards some of the issues we have? I leave that for us to ponder. Could it be that poor feeding over the years is impacting on our mental development? Henceforth, we are seeing some characteristic traits that we may not we should not have seen. So I will just leave that for us to ponder. There are some interesting points that have been raised. I'm a very practical person. I'm not a public health physician, I'm a physician. However, I will state that we need to start scaling down our policies all the way to the grassroots. We are not having enough of grassroots involvement. So not that I'm contradicting the policymakers here. Why I say this is that we are yet to feel the impact of policy at the local government area. And one of the comments, one of the contributions and questions raised is that, what are the plans? They talked about school gardens. I don't think my children have a garden in their school. And it's not in my place as a physician to go and have that discussion with the owners of the school. There are people in ministries that are supposed to do that. So I speak for myself.
my child doesn't have a school garden. I have friends and members of my family their children in other schools. I'm not aware. So I think we need to trickle down a lot of these fantastic policies to the grassroots level, not just to say these things, to implement them, to monitor them, and eventually make them sustainable. So that would be my humble take. And I think to some extent we are making humble contributions. But if you understand the long-term implication of some of the data reeled out today, we need to work hard and fast. And then I believe that, yes, the Nigerian Governor's Wives, I really appreciate Your Excellency, your comment as regards this toolkit. I believe it's something we can do. And I don't like grammar. I prefer things done simply. Is it possible that we can prepare guidelines for the governor's wives, for them to leverage what they have to implement some of these policies? In fact, I believe that the governor's wives can do away with some of the bureaucracies that we face as regards implementation of a lot of these policies. You can override some of these things and still go into the field and impact. So I believe we will do our part as an alliance to help the Nigerian Governors Forum to have a simplified toolkit. Now, of course, it's a no-brainer that the Ministry of Agriculture should be here. I don't think there was any introduction from... Okay, oh, sorry, ma, I'm sorry. I think you're the only one. I wish there were more. But I believe, yes, definitely, that the Ministry of Agriculture should be here. We are aware that there are special seedlings, some of the maize and farm produce, that you can actually incorporate through genetic modifications to provide nutritious seedlings for planting. This is, at that level, is the way to go. So, of course, it's just for us to activate the mechanisms that would allow some of these policies to be implemented. I hope I've been able to address some of the concerns raised.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our second speaker from the Federal Ministry of Finance, Budget and National Planning.
Thank you. I think the questions have been addressed. My colleague, the director from Federal Ministry of Agric, has answered the question that was directed at issues concerning the relevant issues concerning her. I don't think there's any other issue for me to answer, but I've noted the request by Her Excellency for toolkits. We have noted that down, and we'll make sure we do the needful concerning that.
All right.
Thank you.
All right. Apparently, there requires a lot of synergy between the implementing ministries,
I agree with you.
agencies, and partners. Thank you. We're done. Please, let's give a round of applause to everyone for participation. I'll now bring up here to the stage for our panel discussion on multi-sectoral responsibilities in addressing women and girls' nutrition. Our panelists are the Federal Ministry of Health. Where's your representative? Please come up. NECA representative. NECA. NCWS Nigeria. Oh, you can scale. Okay. You said so. NCWS Nigeria. UNICEF representative. USAID. And our moderator is Dr. Mohammed Liman. The discussion is multi-sectorial responsibilities in addressing women and girls nutrition.
Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to welcome you to this session, which is a panel discussion on the topic, multi-sectoral responsibilities in addressing women and girls' nutrition. We have heard in the last two presentations about the magnitude and the scale of malnutrition in Nigeria, how it's killing women and children, how it's causing a lot of illnesses. We have also seen the impact on our developments. Now in this session, we are going to be listening to our experts from the Ministry of Health, NECA, which is Nigeria Employers Consultative Association, and the organ is the Network of Entrepreneurial Women. So we will hear from them. We will also be listening to the representative of the National Council of Women Societies and UNICEF and USAID. So in this order, I will briefly give a background of each of these experts very quickly before we go into the questions. So the representative of the Federal Ministry of Health is Orokpa John. He's the director and head of micronutrients deficiency control in the ministry. The representative of NECA is Fumi Layo. She is the president of NECA's Network of Entrepreneurial Women. She co-owns Dew Farms and Integrated Services Limited, and she is the MD of Heaven Dew Properties and Investment Limited. She is also a director on the board of Thrive Microfinance Bank, NECA, NGCL, Cremor Limited, and other reputable organizations. Fumi holds a degree in physics and computer science and a master's degree in condensed matter physics. She's a Goldman Sachs scholar and an alumna of Enterprise Development Center, Pan-Atlantic University, Lagos. She is also a fellow of Institute of Management Consultants of Nigeria and Agribusiness Management of Nigeria. Fumi is a member of Nigeria Institute of Training and Development, NITAD. She is quite passionate about women being economically empowered. Lady Ijeoma Nea Udensi represents the National Council for Women Societies. So, just to get her bio also, he is a gender expert, a researcher, and a project management professional. He is the National Research Coordinator of the National Council for Women Societies and a frontline responder to violence against women and girls with over 10 years experience in gender transformative development programming. Lady Udensi's work entails strengthening the capacity of local women-led organizations to address the challenges of harmful traditional practices and norms that exacerbate violence against women and girls. Nemat, who is representing UNICEF, is also here on the panel. She's an experienced nutrition leader, manager, innovator, and internationally recognized technical expert with over 27 years experience working in non-profit foundations, the United Nations, across Southeast Asia, Africa, and North America. She has had numerous successes enhancing the financial sustainability of projects, expanding portfolios, and developing high-quality partnerships and programs to scale preventive and rehabilitative nutrition interventions in both development and humanitarian sector. NEMAT shaped and executed the first ever social franchise model to deliver maternal, infant, and young child nutrition services at scale. And she has helped establish the first human milk bank in Vietnam. She has extensive experience strengthening systems to deliver high quality health and nutrition services, including water, sanitation, and hygiene services for women, children, and had begun her career as a frontline worker in rural India. NEMAT has published extensively on nutrition with more than 35 publications in top-tier journals such as The Lancet and the British Medical Journal. NEMAT holds postgraduate degrees from the Johns Hopkins School of Public Health, USA, and the Tata Institute of Social Sciences in India. She also holds a certificate in sustainable management from the University of California. Tessie Phillips is representing the USAID, and I have her bio also here. He is the USAID Nigeria Gender and Inclusive Development Specialist. He has over 2 decades experience in development and has spent the last 20 years working in public health and gender issues at the mission. Her technical areas of expertise include gender and gender-based violence, HIV prevention, as well as orphans and vulnerable children, adolescents, and people with disabilities programming. In her current position, Tessie provides oversight to all USAID Nigeria's technical offices to ensure gender and inclusive development integration in all sectors of the mission work, and is a strong facilitator of the mission's diversity, equality, inclusion, and accessibility efforts. She is also a seasoned program manager, an accomplished public speaker, an excellent facilitator, a trainer, and a mentor for several other gender professionals. So these are the profiles of our discussants today. So we have a set of questions that border on the 2 presentations, and especially focusing on the topic, multi-sectoral responsibilities in addressing women and girls' nutrition. The multidimensional nature of malnutrition requires a collective effort, as we have heard from the presentations. It requires the coming together of all actors, including the women in power, the government sectors, donors, champions, the civil society, and every critical stakeholder to put a stop to the continuous death of women, girls, and the children. So let me start with the questions. My first question is to UNICEF. The role of women in power for improving nutrition is very critical to national development. What is the meeting point between UNICEF as an organization and women in power in addressing women and girls' nutrition in Nigeria?
Thank you so much. It's an honor to be here again. I think, as I said when I spoke earlier, the Convention on the Rights of the Child speaks about the right of every child to adequate nutrition. And we all in this room, us as UNICEF, our partners like USAID, and the Women's Empower, including the First Ladies Forum, are custodians of that right. So as custodians of that right, I would have 3 key kind of messages and interconnectedness. The first is, let's be champions. Let's champion the cause of nutrition for children, for adolescent girls, and for women. 2, let's use our voice. We have a voice as UNICEF, as the First Ladies. Let's use that voice to be extremely bold. We heard the First Lady ask for very specific tasks. We're happy to assist with that of what can be done, but let's be bold. And let's use that voice to unlock resources. These are resources that are both financial, but also I would say like policies. So speaking on the maternity leave policy that we talked about a lot, 6 states have paid maternity leave up to 6 months, and I really want to applaud those 6 states. Can we make sure that in the next 2 years, the remaining 30 states have paid maternity leave policies? This is something you can do. You can do in your term, you can use your voice. And just to add, this year's World Breastfeeding Week, which is in August 2023, is actually focused on how do we get more women into the workforce, and how do we make workplaces more breastfeeding friendly. I could go on and on, but I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I could catch the 3 key points. Let's be champions in nutrition. Let's raise the voice, especially for policy change, and let's work collectively together to implement the policies. Thank you very much, UNICEF. My next question is to National Council for Women's Societies. Empowerment is multisectoral for women and girls, as we have heard. So what dimensions of empowerment can be achieved and sustained, especially at the state level, by women in power? Will you give us your thought on that? I will also come to Neka on that same question. Let's hear from the National Council for Women's Societies.
Thank you very much. You know, when we talk about empowerment for women, the usual thing we see at various levels is giving out and sometimes you see on the fields we have sewing machines, engines, and all that, and that's what we have always done as empowerment. But when we talk about empowerment, and especially when we're looking at what the women in power, especially in the states, can do, we see that they wield enormous influence and power to mobilize. The first thing we think about is education, awareness creation, building the capacity and the agency of the women to understand nutrition and with relations to its negative effects on the family and on herself as a person. And hand-holding, building our agency to understand nutrition in all its facets, understand all the what it can lead to if nutrition is not properly managed. Then the next one is access to resources. Resources is the be-all and the end-all. When you do not have the access to resources, you cannot do much as far as nutrition is concerned. With their support and with linking up with the National Council for Women's Societies, we can go into advocacy for increased budgets, at least at the state levels. If they have access to resources, then our work is made easier. Beyond that, women do not have access to funding for farm implements, for tools. And we know that women, especially in the rural communities, constitute a significant number of the people who are in agriculture and who provide food for the home and for the table. So when we mobilize these women and network properly and educate them, it will be good. Women should be made to be aware of their rights. Their rights, especially when we look at the international and the national instruments, the gender policy, they have a right to life, right to dignity, right to nutrition, especially with the SDG goal 2. Then the next one is the right to an environment where they can thrive, where there is limited vulnerability to violence against women and girls. When we have women who are secure in secure homes, they can go out about their businesses, go into their farms, and make sure that there's food on the table for their families in peace. So the women in power could influence security and peace at the home front, at the state levels. And the implementation of some of the legal frameworks we have. We know that some of these things have been passed into law, but the policy have not been implemented. So with their influence, they can create access to women having these policies that are important for nutrition to be implemented and monitored to ensure that the right things are being done. Let me stop there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, National Council for Women's Societies. I think she has touched very critical areas. She mentioned about awareness creation, and that should be massive and deep into the rural communities. She has also mentioned about access to resources, very critical. And then the third one is creating the right environment for women to thrive. So I believe these activities align very well with the activities of the wives of the governors. So there is a very key meeting point there, and the women in power needs to collaborate with the National Council for Women's Societies to ensure that some of these key and noble interventions could be achieved. Thank you very much for that insight. Let's hear from NECA. So what is it in your own perspective?
Thank you so much, and thank you for this honor. So I'd like to say, in addition to what has been said, that we should encourage and support more women to be in leadership positions, in policy making. They know where the shoe pinches, and so when you bring them to the table where policies are being made, they will be able to make policies that would positively affect the girl child and the women. So it's very critical for us generally to ensure, to support women, to encourage them, all that we need to do to get them in leadership positions on one hand. Then secondly, I'd like to say that we need to create more agencies that oversee the general well-being of the women and the girl child. For example, I'm not sure that we have a ministry like the Ministry of Nutrition. We're talking about nutrition being very critical to everything in life. And so we should have more agencies that support the women. And we are talking about creating enabling environment for women to thrive. So we zero it down to the private sector where NECA operates. NECA is an umbrella body for private sector employers in Nigeria. So one of the things that we're doing in the States, generally, working with Alive and Thrive, is to advocate for a safe and enabling environment for women, especially in the workplace. You know, we're talking about nutrition. It has everything to do with how a woman would thrive. And it's talking about, it has huge influence over her health. Her health, nutrition determines if she's healthy or not. Nutrition starts right from when the baby is given birth to. And so one of the things that we are doing at NECA, working with Alive and Thrive, is to create creches and lactation centers in workplaces to encourage member organizations of NECA and so on to be able to buy into this very important thing to create an enabling environment for the woman at the workplace, right from when she's pregnant to when she gives birth, so that she's not victimized when she goes for antenatal. She can come back safely to her work when she gives birth. When she can also, because if she's able to do this, she can do exclusive breastfeeding for her baby. If there is a lactating room close to where she's working, or a creche, she can bring her baby to work. And at intervals, as agreed upon, she will be able to go back to the creches to give birth, to breastfeed her child. And when a woman that is breastfeeding knows that her baby is well secured and close by, her mind will be at rest. She would be able to give her full concentration in her workplace and give a maximum, she is able to work well in her workplace. So in the long run, it will be a win-win situation. She is happy, her baby is secured, baby is happy, growing well, and at the workplace, the employers too are getting the best from the woman. They will get her loyalty, and she can give her best. There will not be high staff turnover, because you discover when women are giving birth, many of them would have to resign. These are people that have good things to offer to the companies, but they will have to step to resign and stay back at home to take care of the children if there is no enabling environment. So creating an enabling environment for the women to thrive will go a long way. Educating the girl child is also very critical. The continuous awareness and advocacy.
Thank you very much, Fumilayo. I think she has touched on another areas that are very critical. She mentioned about the promotion of especially putting women in leadership position so that they will be able to make decisions, especially around nutrition and other empowerment spheres. She has also mentioned about the creation of an agency specifically to cater for all the problems of nutrition in the country. And one other area that's very, very critical and is receiving a lot of attention, the last year World Breastfeeding Week addresses or begin to address issues around the creation of safe spaces for women to breastfeed, especially in the workplace. And that's a very, very burning issue. It's a serious problem for women both in the public and the private sector. So she mentioned about advocacy to create workspace or workplace policies that are very, very friendly to breastfeeding. So thank you very much for these contributions. Let me go to the Federal Ministry of Health now. Oropa, please, can you tell us how you can work with the Women in Power to mainstream nutrition that is funded into state priorities, especially with focus on women and children, and relating that to your existing policies and strategies in the ministry?
Okay, thank you very much, Doc. Let me start by saying that Federal Ministry of Health is mostly favored by this gathering. This opportunity we have been waiting for, this opportunity we have been praying to get on board the women in power, especially the wives of the governors at the state level, into the nutrition sector in Nigeria. Because actually the governors have been trying, but I believe with getting on board of their wives now from the beginning, it means it's going to favor the nutrition sector in Nigeria, because they play a very good role at the state level. Yes, we have a lot of malnourished children in the country, and most of these malnourished children reside in the communities, in the LGAs, and in the states. And there are a lot, if the governors does not buy into nutrition, we will not be able to afford the commodities that we usually use in treating these malnourished children. And with the wives of the governors can do us a lot now by getting the husbands to buy into nutrition, getting them to allocate funds for nutrition commodities, both in the treatment of the malnourished ones and in the prevention of malnutrition in the state. In the sense that, we have some of the commodities like we call the RUTF, which we use in treating an already malnourished child. It requires a lot of funding. Also, the procurement of what we call the home fortification using micronutrient powder. This powder is used to add or improve the nutrient content of our foods, especially the under 5, to prevent them from getting malnourished, and it also needs funding. Some of the states that you have presence at can testify to this. A lot of life has been saved based on this. So the wives of the governors coming on board as nutrition champions at this early stage now will help us to convince their husbands to allocate more funds to save more lives. It will also help in engaging with the legislators at the state level. And some of this, how Nigeria is made of. We have the states are practically independent in executing some of these things. So it's important that the wives can also engage with the legislators at the state level to come up with policies that will be, friendly with, on women and children, to also engage with CSOs at the state level to form a synergy to ensure that the women and children benefit from these, benefit from all, these facilities that the government is providing. Because most of them are not even aware that some of these facilities are existing in their domains. So with the wives, the synergy between the wife of the governors and the CSOs and the media, engaging them properly, a lot of awareness and sensitization will be created to ensure that these women that are supposed to access these facilities are aware where they can go for it. And there are so many areas that the Federal Ministry of Health can also collaborate with these wonderful champions that are coming on board right now. And maybe time will not permit us to go into the nitty-gritty of area of collaboration. But I believe by the time the ball is set rolling, Prime Minister of Health is willing to collaborate with you and itemize the areas that you can, go into and help us in creating a wonderful impact, especially in changing the nutrition indices of this country, which is not that good for now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Federal Minister of Health. 5 minutes, okay. So what Oriapa had tried to do is to actually try to take us through the national policy on maternal, infant, and young child feeding. A lot of areas of collaboration are highlighted there, and this is a document that has just been recently updated by the ministry. So there are a lot of areas for synergy and harmony with the women in power. Thank you very much for that. So we still have a few questions. Quickly, in 1 minute, I have a question for UNICEF. What innovative strategies and partnerships can be fostered to ensure sustainable financing and equitable distribution of nutrition interventions for women and girls, especially in remote and marginalized areas?
Thank you. I know time is of essence, but a couple quick points. When we're talking about financing, I want one message to be taken home. We can prevent malnutrition, and prevention is cheaper than cure. So it costs 5,000 naira to prevent a child from becoming malnourished. It costs 55,000 naira to treat a child who is malnourished. So let's prevent, yeah? In terms of prevention, there's many things we can do and the innovative mechanisms. You heard all the development partners this morning, USAID, the EU, Alive and Thrive, and others. We all bring investments as outside partners. We need each state to commit to match those investments. I'll give you a very simple example. Every year, there are 2 weeks in the year, MNCH weeks. We heard our NPHCDA colleagues and Dr. John mentioned this. We try to roll out vitamin A supplementation, deworming, and iron folic acid supplementation for mothers and children. Right now, only UNICEF, along with partners, brings in the vitamin A supplementation for the entire country. It costs $1 million. We bring it in free of cost. What we're looking for from each of the states is to match that and make sure that every child receives deworming. At the same time, every mother receives her folic acid supplements. It's possible. And as First Ladies, you can lend your voice. So match those funds. That's what we're asking for, and let's make sure it continues. I also just want to use this opportunity to say, pregnant women need to be supplemented. You've heard us talk about anemia. It's a silent killer. It impacts the growth of the baby. It can impact the health of the mother. It costs only 4,000 naira, 4,000, over 9 months of pregnancy to supplement a mother well. We're not being able to do it. I will not name a state, but in Nigeria, we have one of the states where only 1% of women receive this supplementation. That's negligible. We have, and I'm delighted to have the First Lady of Imo State here, on the other hand, which 70% of women receive their supplements. So it's to be applauded, and we should be looking at
Thank you
Imo
very much.
State.
Thank you.
So again,
Yeah.
let's look
Yeah.
at lessons, let's look at matching.
Thank you very much, UNICEF. We have a donor here, so
And when you assess nutrition, you're looking at the quantity, the food you're taking, and of course the quality, where most of the speakers had laid emphasis upon the quality. Have we ever given it a thought that malnutrition could also be not having enough food? So if you agree with me that most Nigerians, they know they're belly full. Can we start from that angle and make sure that we produce enough food? Thank you.
Thank you very much, First Lady. So will Federal Minister of Health answer that? I know it's a comment, kind of, but do you have anything to say? Briefly, very briefly, in a few seconds.
Yeah, we cannot overemphasize the importance of Federal Ministry of Agriculture in mainstreaming nutrition. Yes, because we must have food before we talk about nutrition. Really, in recent times, prior before now, rather, what we used to say is, what the farmer used to be interested in is about the yield, disease resistant, and how much he sells. But recently, you can, that is what we call the biofortification, which have even come to, build a bridge between agric and nutrition. In this case, that is biofortified crops.
All right.
Yeah, it's
thank you very much. Thank you very much. So thank you. Can we have the second question? Of course, we are talking of multi-sectorality. That's why we need to bring all sectors. Agric is very critical because especially of the food security and ensuring that they encourage the promotion, the production of diverse foods that will meet the dietary needs, especially of women and children. Yeah. So, second question, final question. Okay. Can we have? Yes, I think that's the First Lady from Kebbi. Is it Kebbi? So we have two hands up there.
Actually, what you can give to a nation is a healthy you. But unfortunately for us in Jigawa State, we were faced with torrential rainfall, which washed away most of our farmlands, especially in the previous year. So the issue at hand now is embankment of our rivers for us to secure our farmland, which lead to food security. So how can we handle these two issues? That is river embankment for food security, at the same time implementation of nutrition policies. Thank you.
Thank you very much, the First Lady from Kebbi.
State.
Jigawa State.
Jigawa State.
Jigawa State.
Adiza Umar Namadi. Thank you.
Jigawa State. Thank you. UNICEF, would you want to say something? I know you've involved in. Okay, let's have the second question and then we'll combine them. The First Lady from Bauchi.
So it's a good time because I didn't raise my hands. Oh. I raised my hands because of her. Oh. She wanted to say something.
Oh, that's
but Alhamdulillah, what I'm going to add about is what we are facing today in this country is all about hunger. It's not malnutrition. Let's see if we have enough food everywhere, then we can actually figure out the malnutrition that we are facing. So I believe the issue of malnutrition in this country is all about hunger. So we are working hand in hand with the local government and the community to ensure that we secure what we have and teaching them what they should eat. So we need the health and the primary and the national orientation agency to work together so that we can give more enlightenment to our women. And from you, as we are here today, we are acquire a lot of knowledge. We can take it home, but we need more. We need more synergy so that we can work. A First Lady's office, we know that we have a lot to say, but still, we need your support. Thank you.
Thank you very much, the First Lady from Bauchi. I think it's in line also with the comments from the Ondo speaker there. So it's reinforcing the need for a holistic approach. So may I ask UNICEF to respond to the earlier question, which has to do with a lot with climate issues?
Yes, yes, and I think what is common is the difference between food security and what we're talking about, which is nutrition security. So rightly, the First Lady of Ondo, you mentioned there's the quantity, and we measure food security in terms of calorie intake that a human being has. But I could eat rice to fill my stomach, and will that help me grow well? I could eat a lot of rice every day and fill my stomach every day. Is that going to help me grow well, especially in childhood? Yes, no?
No.
No. So what we are trying to aim as Nigeria is to make sure that we have the diversity of diets for all children everywhere, every day. On the issue of hunger, there are 25 million people out of the 220 that go to bed hungry. They don't know where their next meal will come from. So we have to work, as you said, multi-sectorally. It is about agriculture producing more, but it is about us also ensuring that from the farm to the table, the food reaches in an equitable manner. There are many things that can be done there. We have social protection, for example. Households that are poor can receive income to be able to access foods. The government of Nigeria in 2021 represented itself at a very important global summit called the Food Systems Summit and made commitments on the food systems transformation agenda. I would urge everybody, and we can also summarize that. It's an agenda on looking at something called Operation Feed Yourself. And I think translating this, and this is why I said let's unlock policies and let's unlock financing that we can do to make sure no child, no woman, no adolescent goes hungry in the country. That's the short answer. There's
Wonderful, wonderful.
If I may, Dr. Liman, Dr. Liman, if I may,
right.
I just wanted to also add to UNICEF that one of the things that we have done at USAID is to support homesteading, which is steadily becoming extinct in our communities, and teaching people how to use locally available food in their communities, in their backyard, let me put it that way, to ensure that there is diversity of diet and that the food is nutritious. And teaching people just simply how to make ewedu with iru, or dadawa, as it is called in the north, and making sure that the meals that are available at your table are nutritious, and we avoid consistently feeding the children with yam morning, noon, and night for 8 days. So just simple things like that that you can use, homegrown solutions to the problem of malnutrition at the household level. And those are some of the things that the First Ladies can take on. It's pretty much how to use your backyard to make sure you have groundnuts, you have vegetables, you have some basic things that can make sure your meals are nutritious moving forward.
Thank you very much. So, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, in view of the time constraints, we are going to stop here. And on this note, it's my honor and privilege to express our sincere appreciation to our panelists for sharing their insights on the wide range of issues that border on women and girls' nutrition. I would also like to thank all of you for your contributions with the questions, with the comments you made, and with your attention. We thank you most sincerely. Thank you very much. And to the
Thank you.
Thank you. Mm-hmm. I think we can go.
Hello, thank you. It's back. Please, can we give a round of applause to the panelists? The panelists, can you stand here for a photograph before you go down? The panelists, where's our official photographer? Thank you very much. Is Hawa Haliru, CEO, Nigeria Governors' Wives Forum, ready? Call to action, commitment, presentation. Thank you very much, photographers. Please, can we give them another round of applause for a very engaging insightful session of the panel discussion. Can you handle that? No, we're not doing.
Good afternoon, Your Excellencies. Please permit me to stand on all existing protocol. So today's conference on nutrition has been a wonderful one, and I'm sure we've heard the numbers. The data speak for itself. And so what I'm doing right now is calling us to action and to act on all of this information that we have gotten today and make sure that we take it back to our various states and see how much we can do to improve nutrition in our various communities. We, the civil society organization, non-governmental organizations, international non-governmental organizations, the donors, the implementing partners, and nutrition stakeholders, call on women in power, governors' wives, female senators and legislators, all women in authority from both private and public sectors to lend their voices and support this course. We call on a prompt release of nutrition budgets towards implementing the national and state multi-sectoral plan of action for food and nutrition. We call on the empowerment of women and girls through access to continuous education, inclusion in decision-making, and economic opportunities for optimal nutrition. We also call on practice of exclusive breastfeeding and adoption of 6 months paid maternity leave for working mothers, both in the private and public sector. We also call for the establishment of nutrition departments in line with MDAs across all states following the approval of President Muhammadu Buhari. And I'm going to add another call to action. We are also calling for the states, because the federal government has already passed a 2 weeks paternity leave for the fathers. We are calling on the states also to follow suit and pass a 2 weeks paternity leave, because the mothers need the support of their husbands while they're on while they're breastfeeding, and when for the first 100 days, as we had seen in the video that was presented here. And following the endorsement of the calls to action at this Maiden Women Conference for Nutrition, Women in Power for Nutrition, the Nigerian Governors' Wives Forum, comprising of the 36 state First Ladies of the Federation, hereby affirm their commitment to provide adequate support through effective advocacy for improved nutrition in the country. They therefore adopt and confirm their commitment as outlined below. To encourage home and school gardening as part of the Operation Feed Yourself initiative of the federal government of Nigeria. As some of us are aware, we used to have in the public schools, especially like farms within the schools where children during agricultural period would go and farm their natural products like the vegetables and tomatoes and everything that the schools would require for feeding the students. What we're saying is that we should revive that culture and have our children farm a land in their school premises. This is going to the public schools, and this is in the forefront of what the First Ladies can do in their various states. We are also affirmed to creating awareness on the importance and benefits of exclusive breastfeeding for the first 6 months of life to the mother, child, and our nation at large. They have also committed to championing the advocacy for the implementation of 6 months paid maternity leave. I'm going to just stretch a little bit. 4 months leave with pay and 2 months of remote work, if that is possible. I mean, you never know until you ask. So we would ask for that. We would ask for 4 months and then paid leave and then 2 months remote work, if that is possible, because as we know, the COVID-19 has changed a lot of things, and a lot of the organizations are embracing remote work, and it is working for them. So we would actually advocate for that and see how far we can go with that. They're also going to carry out advocacy around the establishment of crèches in our various offices, both government and private organizations. It doesn't take much, and we would ensure that we create awareness around the importance of having those crèches. We've had a lot of the speakers speak about the importance of having crèches for working mothers, so that they're not left out. So we would ensure that that is put forward as to the policymakers so they can adopt it for the benefit of the nation. We also hope that that there will be realistic budgeting, timely release of funds for nutrition, and accountability of funds released. These 5 lines have been, it's a commitment signed by the Nigerian Governors' Wives Forum, and have taken it up for between themselves to pursue that in the next 2 years and ensure that all government agencies adopt these 5 line items. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that call to action. Hawa Haliru, CEO, Nigeria Governors' Wives Forum. The DG National Center for Women Development will come up in a bit. Just 1 second. Mrs. Fausat Lawal, where are you? You are representing the Federal Ministry of Agriculture. Somehow, I don't know why there was no communication between you. Come up quickly, and you just have 2 minutes to deliver your message. And you see that your ministry kept coming up. So when you are around, make sure we know you are around for us. Thank you.
Good afternoon, my sisters, my mothers, my friends. Like you rightly said, I was sent here by my honorable minister to represent him because he wanted to be here personally, because he knows that there's synergy, there's linkages between Federal Ministry of Agriculture and what we're doing here today. And I've made my presence known to them when I came. But without taking much of our time, I just want to state again that the federal government of this administration has done so well in agriculture. No any other administration has done more than what they've done. And I want us to appreciate them and to ensure that before we can talk of nutrition, we must talk of food in the first instance, because without food, there's nothing we can do for the development and betterment of the country. On this note, I just want to read that the importance of improving nutrition through agricultural value chain, strengthening capacity of women in nutrition education to address nutrition deficiencies, and creating an enabling environment for nutrition investments is crucial in human capital development. As a stakeholder in the nutrition space, the Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development has adopted an inclusive value chain development project through identified range of opportunities to contribute to nutrition at different stages. For instance, the ministry have incorporated, as part of our core mandate, production of nutrient-rich fruits and vegetable varieties, stagger production through development of counter-seasonal cultivation. We have increased vegetable conservation through safe and improved storage, provision of infrastructure for hygiene and safe handling of produce, and sensitization of nutrition benefits of vegetable consumption, including cooking to retain the inherent nutrition. We have improved nutrition through agriculture and food-based approaches, integrating action into investment in agriculture and food system, as well as moving from curative to preventive approaches, as evident in addressing the irreversible damage to physical and cognitive development of our children. The establishment of homestead garden of nutrition crops and animal source of protein to the vulnerable household in tackling the high incidences of malnutrition is also something that is on the table. These interventions to the vulnerable families are being supported with bio-fortified inputs, including pro-vitamin A, orange fresh sweet potato, wine, and improved stem cassava, among so many other things that the ministry has produced. Governments at all levels have increasingly recognized the importance of investments in agriculture towards improving food and nutrition security. However, the multi-sectoral approach of this intervention will require deliberate actions by other sectors, such as agencies, such as ministries of health, environment, water resources, education, and others. On this note, I want to let us know that herein, the ministry, through its budgetary provision, has provided so many infrastructures, including the rural development, the roads, the facilities, the inputs, the seedlings that we have provided to our farmers. The states, different states can attest to this. We have extension workers that are in all the states trying to educate and to teach our farmers the way to go to ensure food security for the betterment of our society. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Better late than never. Your Excellencies, the distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let me now bring up the DG National Center for Women Development, Honorable Dr. Asabe Vilita Bashir, to thank everybody and then give the closing remarks so that we'll bring this program to an end. Sorry.
Thank you very much, Madam MC. Thank you so much, everyone. Let me start by recognizing my boss, the Honorable Minister for Women Affairs, Dame Pauline Talent, ably represented by our own he for she, the Permanent Secretary, Ministry for Women Affairs, Alaji Umar Shinkafi, and our amiable mothers at the states, our leaders, first ladies. I can see Imo State, Plateau, my own governor's wife, Borno, Kogi State, Sokoto, Kwara, Kebbi, Ekiti, and Yobe states. And also the incoming first ladies, you are most welcome. Please permit me to stand on the existing protocol due to time factor. So my own job is just simple to say thank you to everyone. As we wrap up today's events, I want to first thank Almighty God for giving us the opportunity to witness these auspicious events.
for making this day a successful one and very memorable one. It cannot be overemphasized that good nutrition is the bedrock of child survival growth and development. This is also very critical for women because inadequate nutrition wreaks havoc not only on women's health, but also on the health of their children. The children of malnourished women are more exposed to the risk of diseases and death due to their lower resistance to infections. Thus, an occasion like this, which among other things, has provided a veritable platform for us to generate inputs that would be integrated into policy decisions, programs, and activities that will yield comments and measurable actions towards nutrition development in Nigeria. That will also address the plight of women, children, and other vulnerable groups. Permit me, therefore, on behalf of the Honorable Minister of Women Affairs, Dame Pauline Talen, OFR, KSG, to distinctively express our sincere appreciation to the civil society scaling up nutrition in Nigeria, Governors' Wives Forum, and other stakeholders for taking up several responsibilities as partners with the Federal Ministry of Women Affairs to organize this conference. We appreciate all our participants from different parts of the country for their commitments to the well-being of Nigerian women and children, as demonstrated today through their contributions to the success of this event. Our sincere appreciation also goes to all our panelists, our discussants, and the moderator for the detailed analysis of the burning issues concerning women and girls' nutrition in Nigeria. I also want to appreciate in a very special way my Honorable Minister of Women Affairs, Dame Pauline Talen, OFR, for her exemplary leadership qualities and commitment towards increasing the attention of policymakers, just as we are having our governors' wives here present, and the general public on issues that matter to women and the vulnerable groups. I wish to also thank the distinguished guests and chief executive present for taking time out to identify with us on this very, very important occasion. Let me also at this juncture extend our sincere appreciation to our development partners. Without you, we will not be here today, for being at the forefront of strengthening services for the well-being of women and the vulnerable groups in Nigeria. Additionally, our appreciation goes to the MDAs, NGOs, and other stakeholders present here for always responding positively to the pursuit of the mandate of the Federal Ministry for Women Affairs. To the Secretariat team that put this together, that is the staff of the Federal Ministry for Women Affairs and the Governors Forum Secretariat, we want to say a very big thank you for your commitment and tenacity. Definitely this conference has been a success, and this success wouldn't have been possible without the Secretariat. To our image makers, the media, we are most grateful for your continuous support and positive coverage of our programs and activities. Please continue to represent us well. Finally, Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, our dear stakeholders, once again, I want to encourage all of us to grab this opportunity that comes our way to collectively promote the well-being of women and other vulnerable groups in Nigeria. I say a very big thank you to all of you for coming and wish all of you safe journey back to our various destinations. Long live Nigerian women and girls. Long live Federal Ministry of Women Affairs. and long live Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you.
Thank you very much, DG, and thank everyone, especially your excellencies, for your time, patiently waiting from beginning to the end of this program. And so we've brought this program to an end, and we'll now rise to take the national anthem. After the anthem, there will be a group photograph by your excellencies and our panelists. We will announce how it will be done. Shall we rise for the national anthem? Thank you. The First Ladies will step towards the podium for the group photograph. The First Ladies, both old and new, outgoing, incoming, returning. Yeah, there's going to be lunch too. Why are they coming up? There. Can you see how that place is? Photographers. Arrange them here. Yeah. Your Excellency. Uh-huh.